Click, live stream, stream.
Okay. Can you hear
Um,
me?
yeah, I can. Yes,
Sweet. So I think you're good.
I think.
Let me go to the Hash Church on YouTube. Masonic just asked to come in the room.
Yes, you did. I can
There.
hear you. Um,
Here we go.
oh, I have to push mute. I think. Oops.
Yep. And then is that Marcus on the screen?
All right, here we go.
Is that you, brother?
Go. Got to do some recording. Gotta figure out that. Can I find record?
Okay, here we go.
Mm.
Okay, I can see myself.
All
Hello,
right, here we
everybody.
go.
Is that you, brother?
Go. Got to do
We
some
are
recording.
live.
Figure out that.
Good morning, everyone.
Can I find record?
Okay, here we go.
Mm.
Okay, I can give me a second, everyone. I'm going to let everybody in. Welcome, everybody. As you can see, Marcus is traveling today, but the band plays on, and we're going to have a great show. We've got Kevin Jodfrey supposed to show up today, Masonic, who's in here now, and Dr. Mark, and also Etienne's going to come in later. So, welcome, everyone. So, Edgar, can you hear me, bud?
I can hear you. I can totally hear you.
Cool. All right, everyone. Welcome to episode 2, season 12 of Hash Church. My name is Colin Palmer, of Vessel Life Science, here honoring everyone at Hash Church and the family. Taking over for Marcus for the day. He's going to Colorado to support the brand. Super stoked for him to go out there and experience Colorado and go see what, the Rockies have to offer him, and go see some of his stores and just meet everybody that's been rocking his brand out there. So much love to Bubbleman brand in Colorado, and everyone out there supporting it. Um, I guess what I should do is go into let everybody in and we'll get it going. But hopefully everybody's having a good Sunday and enjoying the day. Just give us a couple minutes. We're gonna get the show going in a minute. But welcome everybody. Um, For now, until everybody comes in, I'm going to go through the sponsorship deck and get it moving, and we'll start into discussion soon, Edgar. Um, so we'll start with the press club. Press club at Hash Church, we believe that how you make hash matters just as much as what you make. Craft, consistency, and respect for the process are everything. That's why we're proud to be supported by the press club. The press club has become a trusted name in solventless production, creating well-engineered rosin presses, accessories, and tools. I know our lab in New York uses their tools. We're big supporters of them. Really thank you guys for that. Whether you're pressing at home or dialing it in professionally, they have amazing products for you. From the precision-built presses all the way for their thoughtful accessories and hardware, Press Club helps focus on what matters, quality in, quality out. We're genuinely grateful for the support of Hash Shirts and our guests and the wider solventless community. So go rock them, go support them. Pressclub.co. You can check everything out. Um, Also, Puffco. We all love a good Puffco, even though we love our rigs. Puffco has been a sponsor for couple of years now. They've definitely laced us all up with amazing units. I really appreciate it. Roger and the team, really amazing that you guys are able to bring accessibility to, the masses in ways that rigs are, they sometimes fall short of. So Puffco, elevate your sessions at hash shirts with Puffco's cutting edge lineup, starting with the innovative pivot, pocket-sized dab pen that delivers the full rig experience on the go, featuring a quick release 3D chamber for premium flavor and real-time temperature control. And haptic feedback. For group epic rips, and you're going to dive into the Puffco Pro, powered by the revolutionary 3D XL bowl, 2x more vapor, even heating from the sides to give you better rips, and an XL joystick for full loads and less reclaim. And definitely don't miss the new Proxy, the modular portable powerhouse with 4 precision heating settings, fast 90-minute charging, boost mode, and intense hits, easy disassembly, and really easy to clean. Check out puffco.com. And finally, Bubble Bags is the choice for your premier water hash extraction needs. They've been crafted with engineered excellence, durability in mind. These bags come with a lifetime warranty, ensure you're covered for years of consistent use. The team behind Bubble Bags takes pride in the engineering legacy that backs every single product with unwavering confidence and commitment, making them the go-to trusted for enthusiasts and professionals alike for top-tier hash extraction results. There's a discount code on bubblebags.com, #10 for those that are looking for new equipment. So dive right in, use that code, and let it work for you and make some good hash. So I want to welcome everybody to today's show. Welcome ATN. We're going to dive into some breeding with Masonic. I got some questions for him. I want to talk about some of the new lines that he's been working on. We have Kevin coming in right now. Got some things I want to talk to him about, his trips in the Middle East. Talk about some of the genetics that he's been popping since the time that he spent over there, and dive into what characteristics you're seeing and some breeding practices that you felt or feel have been notable working with some of these newer lines, all the way down to selection and maybe even some germination techniques if that's applicable. So I want to welcome everybody to the show. Masonic, welcome. Obviously, Kevin Jodfrey, awesome to have you, brother. Thanks for joining us. It's always great to see you. ATN, welcome, my man. Dr. Mark's about to jump in as well. I also want to mention we've lost an incredible artist, musician, father, someone who's changed music many times over, the incredible Bob Weir. Condolences to Moy and the family, his wife. It's one of those things that the life he lived was so incredible. It's impossible to sum that up. So
Right,
I think just to start the show, I think Mark wanted his setup to play a Bob Weir tribute for those out there, and I think he's ready to do it before we jump in. So why don't you start that, and we'll jump into some of the questions I got, and we'll do a dab for Bob.
Can't hear you, Mark. You need
We
to
can't
turn
hear you,
up your
buddy.
sound.
He's got to get his No, we can't hear you, buddy. So here's what we'll do. We'll jump into the show, and when you get your sound on, we can go back to your to the song.
Shout out to Bob. He was the only dead member I ever got high with. It was a solo show he was doing with Rob Wasserman, the big tall bass player, and was able to smoke a joint with Bobby. He was very kind. I have a lot of friends who nothing but love for him. I appreciate that. Hey, we can hear you, Mark.
Now you can
We
hear
can
me?
hear you.
All right. Well, when it doesn't go just exactly perfect,
Just go
disconnect
for
and reconnect.
it. Just go for it.
Right? So guys, let's see. Do a sound check on the guitar. Can you hear this?
Lower the
Can hear
volume.
good. Okay, good.
Lower the master volume a little bit.
Yeah, lower the master volume just a hair if you
little
can.
bit.
Master volume lower just a second. Okay, good.
Yeah. It's clipping.
Okay, how about that? Is that better?
Much
Play
better.
the guitar and we'll know.
Could hear the guitar and could hear the vocals, right?
Yep.
It's about time I got it just exactly perfect. Right? Okay, so, God, what could I say about Bob Weir? I never met the man. I was in the front row a couple times. In fact, I was front row, dead center, right in front of Bobby a couple nights. So he definitely saw me dancing away. And, you know, what could I say about Bob? He had an incredible guitar style that was just the foil that Jerry needed to keep that music, you know, really unique. Every time it was unique. He had a really interesting way of voicing chords, and just love his songwriting that he did with, you know, our dear friend John Perry Barlow, who passed. So if you want to think about some of the words from his songs, you could think about, you ain't gonna learn what you don't want to know, and let your life proceed by its own design. The words are yours, I'm done with mine. Just incredible. And just as the same way I moved when Papa Jerry passed, it really moved me last night when I got the news, just like everybody else. And so it's a great time to play music and remember. So let me just play this one Bob Weir song. Let me know if it sounds okay or if it doesn't. Does that sound good? Thumbs up from Colin. I woke today, felt your side of bed. The covers were still warm where you've been laying. You were gone. My heart was filled with dread. You might not be sleeping here again. It's alright, 'cause I love you. That's not gonna change. Run me round, make me hurt again and again. But I'd still sing you love songs written in the letters of your name. Brave the storm to come, for it surely looks like rain. Did you ever wake up to the sound of street cats making love? Guessed from their cries, you were listening to a fight. Well, you know, hate's just the last thing they're thinking of. They're only trying to make it through the night. wanna tie you down or fetch you in my arms. I wanna drown. It's just that I got used to having you around. My landscape would be empty if you were gone. But it's alright, 'cause I love you. That's not gonna change. Run me round, make me hurt again and again. But I'd still sing you love songs written in the letters of your name. They've the storm to come, for it sure looks like rain. Yes, it looks like rain. Sure do you look like rain. Oh, it looks like rain and it feels like rain. Here come the rain. Oh, it looks like rain and it feels like rain. Here come the rain. I wish these fucking blues would go away. It looks like rain and it feels like rain. Here come the rain.
Thanks, Dr. Mark. Appreciate it, man. Much love to
Beautiful,
Bobby and
Dr.
his
Mark.
family.
Well done, sir.
So the Grateful Dead, yeah, it's a lot to talk about there, but in terms of genetics, they were the ones that had a crew of people following them around that held the genetics. So we're lucky to benefit
and
from
blew
a
the
lot of
smoke
those
in their
individuals.
face the entire time, right?
Yeah.
You know, there was literally a series of people that used to just hang out in front of the band and smoke pot and blow it in their faces. I don't know many other bands that had that type. And of course, behind them, of course, were the Spinners, and there was a whole, hierarchy and scene that was self-created, which gotta respect,
Yeah.
their longevity as well as what the people created, how they supported each other. Very rare, very beautiful.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the show, everybody. The show is really about breeding and techniques, and I wanted to, invite some key individuals on to talk about history, some ideologies, and where do we think this is going? is another question I wanted to pose to the group. But welcomed Kevin. Thank you so much for coming. You've been someone in the scene. You really started in the late 70s, and really have driven your passion for this plant into so many different vernaculars. I've watched you work with large groups doing extremely intricate breeding projects and all the way down to just personal selection projects, which is incredible. And I see you on both sides of the cannabis coin, where you're pushing the innovation, but you're also respecting the history in ways that I find extremely unique and really endearing. We need more of that, and to understand, you've gone to the Middle East to really study and understand these really war-stricken, regions that have this unique ability to produce not only unique varietals, but unique, compounds, from these plants that, quite frankly, we've really yet to even discover. So, you know, how did you, get started with, thinking about breeding, coming from a growing mentality, you like myself come from the East Coast. It's a completely different world, and it really, where you started is not where you've ended, right? So, how did that begin and what did that kind of look for like for you back then? You're muted, bud. If you want to unmute, I think I can
Bam, there you
unmute.
go.
There you go.
Thank you, Colin.
There
And
you go.
thanks for having me on the show. Appreciate you all. And cheers to the audience and salute to Bob. I'm not a breeder though. That's the irony is, and I have a really clear distinction of it because my mother was a research geneticist. And the reason why I differentiate in that term is that breeding is like unbelievably focused into a very single lane. And you have to remove all variables to achieve the objective. And I have a hard time with other interests, right? And so for me, it was an understanding of breeding, but to be involved in projects and collections and sourcing and usage, it allowed my I'm going to say like hyperactivity to be more stimulated. And so I was just really fortunate when I was young in that the people that I was exposed, to in cannabis were all commercial traffickers. And so, and I was like what do they call an apt pupil? So I was somebody that was about it, and it allowed them to kind of take me under their wing and help me understand what it was that was trafficking, but also this unbelievable appreciation for the varieties that were being brought into New England from around the world. And the experience of sitting in someone's room, and this was when they used to use like fish and tackle boxes, right? The Daiwa fish and tackle box. And inside it would be all these jars of cannabis labeled. And you'd sit down and they'd open up these jars and they'd say, this is the best samples from the last 2 or 3 years of collecting. And it allowed you to be able to see the world of cannabis in a way that, people that weren't in my position couldn't. I wasn't getting it from a bag from a dealer. I was getting it from people who broke up the bales to feed the dealers, to feed the dealers, to feed the people. And so it allowed me to really start to say like, whoa, of all the Panamanian, this was the best Panamanian. Of all the Colombian, this was the best Colombian. This is the best hash we've seen in years. And when those batches would be moving through, they'd let me know, hey, usually there's like an outlier that comes in. And when it does, we'll come over your house and grab you, because that was still when we had phones at home. And at that time, right, when people went to go communicate with you, they would just pull up in front of your house and hit the horn. And you'd hang out your window, yo, and you jump in and go. And you get to jump in and they'd be like, hey, check this out. This batch just came in. And so it gave me this real appreciation for difference. It let me experience the world of cannabis in a very different way, a very selected way. It wasn't random, and it let me see the cycles of the production from around the world, because the batches come in terms of their harvest cycles and shipment cycles. So it was a foundation of appreciation that I didn't really even understand it at the time. Like, that's the irony, you know, like you're a kid, you think you just don't know.
Sure.
And it was just really nuanced and profound, because the people that were involved were smart, and they loved cannabis, and their desire to share that with somebody who was also really about it was genuine. So it just gave me a really good, we call like your initial database. And I end up getting in trouble. I catch a case for cultivation. We started growing some of the Afghani stock that was coming in.
How many
And
plants were you caught with?
oh shit, a couple hundred at the time. This was 83. And so
Big slap on the wrist.
no, I got hauled off, right? I got dragged out of high school in handcuffs. So it was all right. It was all right. It was expected. Like, I had family in prison. All my friends were going to prison. Everybody was incarceration. We were always in
That was
trouble
the
anyway.
scene where you were in, right? It was
Yeah, it was
a
normal.
flooded scene of those that were persecuted, those surviving, and those in the underground, right?
Yeah, it was New England in the 80s, and New England in the 80s was troubled. You had, a total collapse of the manufacturing economy. The fishing economy had collapsed. And what you had was drugs filled the void. And so I lived in a fishing village, and the commercial fishermen would go out to sea and go grab all the weight from the transport vessels out in the ocean and bring it into the bay and disseminate it in the neighborhood. So, it was just kind of part of the deal. And when I got out of training school, I went in the military, and a lot of it was that the neighborhood was just basically melting down, and the crime violence was jumping up, and I just kind of realized, I was like, I didn't have a bad time in incarceration. It wasn't like it was a traumatic circumstance. It was like I'd already been in trouble multiple times prior. It was just this time I got hit with something real. But it was like, I don't think I want to do this. And my cousin was doing 200 years in prison, so I had a real picture of what a life in prison looks like. And I said, man, maybe if I could get some different skills, I'd be able to have a different opportunity. So I thought if I went in the military and I became a salvage diver, I'd have a different opportunity. So I go in the service, and I go through that route. But I end up going into
You went in the Navy? What branch?
No, I was in the Coast Guard, but I went to school in the Navy.
Okay, respect.
Yeah, so I go in the Coast Guard, then I went to school through the Navy. But I go into the Coast Guard right during the war on drugs. And so, I'm not thinking about this. I'm not thinking about this irony. And Hawaii was my first station. And when I get to the base, at that time, the drug purge in the military was out of control, right? They were purging everybody. So I show up at the base, and my ship is in port. It's not going to be here for like another 2 months. So for 2 months, I stay on base, working on base. But they used base Honolulu as the holding place for all the people getting kicked out of the service for drugs. So I show up with this attitude of like, I'm going to be a good guy. I'm not going to get into trouble. I'm going to change my life. And as soon as I get to Hawaii and I get into my room, I'm in a room with a bunch of guys that are all getting thrown out for drugs. And they're like, hey, we got some killer Hawaiian. You want to smoke it? And I was like, no, I'm trying to be good. But then they showed me the bag of weed, and I was like, whoa. And I'm like, okay, just this one time. I'm talking like the first day I get there, just this one time.
Just this one time.
And it was transformational, and I had smoked Hawaiian in New England because we had a partner. Ooh, that's clean. I had a partner that his buddy was Hawaiian, and he would come into New England after the harvest and move the herb into Boston and Providence. Ooh, that's a jar. Look at that. Oh, you're muted too, Colin.
Colin, you're muted. We can't hear you, and we can barely see what you're showing.
So if you see this right here, this is a naturally occurring terp ring on the top. This jar's been sitting in a refrigerator for 3 years, and I just
Wow.
pulled it out. I've been doing these experiments with different varietals where I leave them for long set points.
No, that's fascinating. The long holds. I met a cat named Teskey up from University of Guelph, and so in Canada, and he came to visit me at a conference I was speaking at, and he brought me all this aged product
Yeah.
that they had been working on. How do you hold things correctly over time to really get we would say the molecular conversions to take place and be stable and reveal and
Yeah.
yes.
It's like there's all THC at the bottom of this, and then the top is just like literally a half inch of terp layer, but it's almost like vapable form. I was just thinking about it. I was like, I should probably put this into a vape and see what happens and
THCA.
see what, you know. But back to your questions about the things that were coming in at that time, you know, I think the most, you know, the thing that I find fascinating is that we've grown a lot of these varietals time and time again. They've changed names, they've changed, you know, we think that they resemble these older images and things that we remember. But how much of that stuff do you think is still around today?
Ooh, that's a good question. You have an issue, you know, like what I said. I was talking about Hawaii. Hawaii at that time was primarily Southeast Asia, Mexico, and probably Pakistani. And so stock that had been brought in had been worked and rolled and developed. And so when people talk about Hawaiian, it's not indigenous, just like there's no indigenous Humboldt cannabis, right? It's cannabis that was brought to a region that had a phenomenal impact on the product. But I got to experience that wave of what we would call Hawaiian. And we go forward, 20 years, and people that were younger were talking about the legacy Aloha White Widow cut. And it caught me because I was like, whoa, wait a minute. The legacy to me of Hawaii was Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Mexico, Afghani kind of swirled combinations. And so I knew that era had ended. And it let me kind of start to understand that we were removing and changing what had occurred. And it's a natural progression, but it's one that I didn't enjoy as much. I didn't like the standardization. And as I look everywhere on earth, the issue is that it's kind of like the cell phone. There's no place on earth that I've been to that there's somebody, I don't care where you are, somebody's got a cell phone and they're looking at IG. Sure. It blows my mind, but it's that comprehensive in coverage. And what it does is it creates a desire to be part of that. And you end up diminishing your own culture for adoption of the digital culture. And it's the same with the variety. So what you have is you have this belief that because it's in a magazine and it's proclaimed to be incredible and the whole world is calling it best at competitions, people didn't realize that all of that was marketing. They thought it was real. People thought that the High Times cups were real. They thought the competitions were real. They thought that these guys that were just, lords of cannabis, they didn't realize half the shit that you saw was stolen from someone else. Judges were bought. Competitions were skewed. And the whole point of all of it was to flip a page and subsequently sell material. Here's grow equipment that was used to produce this. So you didn't really understand that 95% of the magazines that you saw, because there was no internet at that time, that was a marketing ploy. But people took it as real. And it began the THC obsession, because that's when you started to see publicly listed numbers. And all of a sudden, 19%, the world's strongest strain kind of shit comes out. And it started to make people in these countries believe that their product wasn't the right product. And it started to compress the gene pools. And I started to realize it just from what I experienced in Hawaii in the 80s, where I said, whoa, the things that were unbelievable. I think Hawaii has probably some of the best grown climates on earth. And I think that the varieties that were acclimated to that area and then subsequently developed and sourced was profound. I mean, I got so fucking high one time, Kevin, I couldn't navigate off the freeway. Every time I got to the exit, it was like too overwhelming to turn the car off the exit. And I would loop around the island. And I bet I drove for a couple hours until I came down because I was so high. And the quality of the effect, and it was organically produced. So it was my first introductions to really what is, native ag from people who are growing small batch, because the Hawaiian cultivation wasn't large scale. They were going through the helicopter raids just like Humboldt County was. All those what we call them militarized conquests were occurring simultaneously. So everything was more small batch, better quality, very nuanced. And then you flash forward, and all of a sudden you realize that Aloha White Widow is the legacy variety of the region. And for me, I got lucky that I was in Northern California. So I get to NorCal in the 80s, and I'm in the Bay Area, and the Bay Area was bumping. And I start making connections with locals, and I start getting friends in Mendocino. So I didn't get up into Humboldt till in the 90s, but in that late 80 period, I had Mendocino friends. So it started letting me see what Mendocino cannabis was. And it was phenomenal cannabis, but I didn't see the differentiation that I'd seen as a kid. And that it's that time period from 78 to 84, that 6-year period of 12 to 18. That 12 to 18, that foundational 12 to 18 time period, it gave me an indelible impression of unique. It allowed me to understand that every one of these regions had plants that evolved under the pressure of the region and under the desire of the people. So as we started to standardize and homogenize the products, we, without question, improved production capabilities. We were better at understanding how to handle it. We were better at understanding how to process it. We did all this stuff around the creation of it. But in terms of the preservation of unique and the understanding that, which is what we kind of all didn't realize, that you weren't going to be able to go back to the source of origin and just go get the material. You forget that regions that are you're growing cannabis, but now cocaine is the currency. You're growing cannabis, and now opium's, poppy's the currency. You're growing cannabis, and now the area is militarized. There is no cannabis. And I didn't understand that when I was young. In my mind, I think, oh, the world is this refrigerator filled with all this good shit, and all we need to do is go back to the source. But as you start to mature, you realize that the source might never be sourced again. And it really changed the way I saw cannabis in terms of like sharing varieties. And so for me, anytime I got something really good, as long as there was no restriction on it, like if someone gave me a plant, gave me seed stock, I'd say like, what can I do with this? If I was free to share it, I shared it. And it was really just to try to get material into the system so that maybe it might exist in the future. And it was controversial at the time, and it was hella controversial when I got into commercial cannabis, because the variety was the power. If you had the right plant, you had the power. But I didn't really associate cannabis and power. I didn't put them together the same way. I understood what power is, and cannabis was kind of the antithesis to it. It's gentle. And being able to be part of something in that regard and share, what it did was it allowed me to see as much cannabis as anybody I know, because I was constantly sharing things with people that didn't have what we would call like social rank. You just had to be a cool person. And I'd be like, oh, hey, I got you. You're solid. I got something that you would probably benefit from. And what it did was it allowed people who were aficionados, very focused, desirous to be in cannabis. It gave them their first step towards the goal. And in that process, it allowed me to be able to get into their lives in a really nice way, because they said, whoa, you opened up the door. We would love to be able to let you come in and out of our house at will. So it started to allow me to see all these different spheres of influence and directions. And when we got involved in doing a lot of the work from coming in from Mexico, what I was able to do was I was able to go find products in the market that I thought was superior of that genre. And we were able to get the people from Mexico to come into the US, and I could show them the products that we needed. We need these products. So it allowed them now to go back into Mexico, find the right products, bring it back into the US. And in the process, it let me go look at all these different genes because I was growing all the seed stock. So I had my own indoor operation in the late 80s, and I didn't sell cannabis that I grew. I sold cannabis that I trafficked. I was growing cannabis strictly because I wanted to see what cannabis looked like in the modern world of electricity. What's it look like under lights? And so every time I got anything from anybody that was coming from international or any new material, I could grow it myself and just experience it. And to this day, I wish that I had a cut we got out of Mexico seed, but I swear to God, it was like, I used to smoke cigarettes a long time ago, but I was a Marlboro smoker. But Salem's and Newports, with that menthol, I had a Newport cigarette cannabis variety that it was so mentholy in your mouth, it was mind bending. To this day, I haven't experienced anything like it. And it started to allow me to really have this really different appreciation for native lines that were under modern production methodologies. And I think that's what people really, when they talk about, brick and all this other, they didn't realize that there was varying levels of quality. And depending on where you were on the supply chain allowed you to see the better quality. But the fact was the products had to go move across the ocean. So by the time you got a bag of grass, it might be 9 months old, which is funny, but that was really where you got all your stabilization and your polymerization in. And so you start to understand aging, because when you consume it fresh, you're like, whoa. So I started getting all this education and information, and I never really had a mentor. It was more of just the mentoring occurred as a kid about collection and varieties, but from that point forward, it was self-driven. And when I looked at any of the grow books, Ed had some grow books, I knew that he didn't write them because there was contradictory information within the book that let me know that if you had written it, you would have put a disclaimer here saying, here is the thing that I talked about earlier, but this is where we do it different. So I knew that it wasn't written by one person.
Yeah.
So I knew right away that this wasn't real. And so what I did is I just started trying to understand plant science so that I could understand what it was I was trying to do. And then I just allowed myself to get sucked into the world of cannabis to the point where, you're basically like a freak. You're living and breathing, and there was no internet at the time. So it was all people that you'd meet. And you could, if you were cool and you had the right kind of weed, when you lit it up, it would suck people to you like a vacuum cleaner. And then that would open doors to be able to experience their world. And so all of that, in that late 80, early 90 time period of me trying to really dig into what I loved and do it in a way that made me feel good, where like I wanted the money and I wanted the weed, but I really enjoyed that private community, and it was genuine, and it didn't, the only agenda was like in goodwill. And so when you put that into your life, it just makes your life so much better. Everybody, like it's a lesson for young people that the money is needed. And when you don't have it, life is brutal. But when you have cash and you have no friends, you're basically poor.
Yeah.
The money doesn't buy you friends. It can buy you companionship. It can buy you all kinds of distraction, but it doesn't buy you the intimacy that real friendships provide, where there's this different type of connection. And cannabis provided that in that community. That's where the Dead was interesting, because I saw the Dead a couple times in the early 90s in Oakland, but it was the Dead parking lot that impressed me as much as what went on in the venue. in terms of this unbelievable traveling trade community that hustled and bartered their way across the world so they could have this nomadic Bedouin lifestyle under the music of the dead.
A lot economy, man, as it was called, you know.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
It was real.
Yeah,
Still
it was
is real.
unbelievable.
Kevin, I want to go back to Hawaii because you kind of glossed over there because there's a lot of curiosity as well as I traveled to the islands and Maui Wowie was the the known and today there's availability of there's a medical variety that's a pre-72 that's as close to I think that original Maui, that varietal, but I don't have it to show it to you. I'd love to smoke it with you to at some point to to know. But a lot of course, the genetics came from around the world that migrated to Hawaii, and because you're a coastie, and another friend of mine was in the Air Force. He was stationed on Guam, and he said that the further west that you went in the Pacific, the much stronger the cannabis became, and of course, a lot of those made it to Hawaii. So, you see, with your knowledge now and seeing the varietals that were on Hawaii, if you can remember that far back, where do you see those varietals as coming from mostly from your experience?
Well, I got in terms of living in Hawaii, I worked on all the islands, but I used to do work all the way out to New Guinea. So I got to see all the cannabis through Micronesia too, and that stuff was psychoactive. Like, I mean, it frighteningly powerful. But the stock in Hawaii, now that I had plenty of experience to kind of compare, and I'm lucky that I have a good memory, especially when it comes to weed. So I may forget a lot of shit, but like when it comes to herb, my mind seems to be pretty clear. It was without question, the stuff that came back from with the guys from Vietnam. And so that would be your Vietnamese, your Laos, your Cambodian, your Thai. And then you had herb coming in from surfers, which would have been Colombian and Mexican. And I just got some really killer Panama Maui stock from Seattle Greg. So his crew in Hawaii did a bunch of breeding work, and they had some stock, and I just love that the seeds that he sent, and I sifted out a nasty plant, but I would say it's Panamanian, and then what we would call Maui is more of a Mexican concentration, and it was phenomenal. But each island had its own profile too, and if someone asked me where I thought the best herb came from, I think it came from Molokai. I think that Molokai, because Molokai had the least amount of law enforcement presence, and you had the most, I would say, native density. And because of it, you still had more of a purity in the cultivation process versus trying to create product to sell to the haole.
And they had water, right? And all the resources.
Because once you started moving it to tourists,
yeah,
the quality went down the drain. And some of the best fake pot I've ever seen in my life was produced in Oahu. I'm telling you, these guys were geniuses. They would build a bag of grass out of like any kind of material. And when you looked at it through the bag, you'd be like, holy shit, that's phenomenal. And you'd open it up and it wasn't weed at all. So, and we were cracking up, but I was lucky. I had Hawaiian partners in Hawaii that I was in the service with them, but they were native to Hawaii. So it allowed me to be able to experience these types of things, not from a tourist perspective. Just like when I got to California, I had friends that were from Petaluma, Santa Rosa. And so they were north enough of the bay where they were getting all the herb coming out of Mount Tamalpais, out of Marin, and they were picking it up from everything north of the bay. So it let me experience these regions in a more accurate version versus, here's herb that could be coming from anywhere. And I think that, the crime in Hawaii is that when they went into medical cultivation, they removed the ability to grow outdoor. Cannabis in Hawaii has to be grown indoor, and that's a financial consideration. That's basically a fuck you to the locals, because they're like, if you don't have the money to create extensive infrastructure, you can't participate. Wow. And I don't think people have really experienced what Hawaiian cannabis is. It in that soil, in that altitude, with the purity, with the iodine, with the totality of microbiome that is so unique because it's a hardwood forest on Hawaii. I mean, they cleared it, but fungally dominant, like very different than when we think of a jungle. And the impact on the herb was unbelievable. So it just helped me understand. And then I went back multiple times because all the guys I roll with are Samoan, Tongan, Fijian, Tokelauan. And so we go back to Hawaii for years, and it had ended. I never saw those type of plants again. And it just really, and that would have been in the 90s as well. So it started teaching me about the ideas I had as a kid of going back into the refrigerator and pulling the goodies out. The refrigerator doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And so it started the idea of collecting. And that's when you start really putting plants together and you start holding them in libraries and you're holding your seed stock and you're consciously trying to create a diversity in your collection to reflect the nuances in the world around you, even though it's not necessarily what you're pushing in the market. So the market considerations are different than private considerations. And what took place was we got used to standardized, homogenized cannabis. And you started to lose the desire for things that didn't have coverage in magazines, things that didn't have specific morphology, things that just like today. Today you got the shit better be colored, it better have this level of shine, and it better be over 25%. And if it doesn't fit those three criteria, you can't even enter it into a market. So what we do is we keep artificially compressing these gene pools, and we get so excited about like a new thing, but it's really the same thing. It's like all Z hybrids. It is like 100 of them, but fundamentally they're all pretty similar. That's what my beef with herb is that we've lost this ability to have different experiences with the flower and in the resin.
Yeah. No, I think everything you're saying is so, there's so much to unpack here. I think we should all dive into a couple of key things. I have some thoughts as you were talking I wanted to bring up, and I just want to introduce a couple of the other people here that came in the room. What's up, Russ? How you doing, brother? Nice to have you. Thanks for coming on. And Hunter, pleasure to meet you. You know, those that don't know Hunter, he's been working super hard at his craft. He's Dampier certified like myself and others here on the panel. He's been, you know, working his craft, selecting his genetics for quite some time, and he's been winning quite a few hash competitions across the United States, and also holds his own up in Maine that he started, which is super awesome, really grassroots, really exactly what I love to see out of our community, which is just everybody coming together for a really great cause, and then elevating each other, and sharing in the amazing resin that we all can produce. So welcome to the show, Hunter. Hidden Forest Farms, for those that don't know his brand. He's located up in Maine. So welcome to the show, brother.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you having me on.
For sure. So yeah, so Kev, you know, I think you know, one thing that, you know, you brought up was the refrigerator, that going back to, you know, going back to varietals that you feel you could always just go get. Like you know, I'm much younger than yourself, and I, you know, I feel like I started super late. I started in the 90s, even though it seems like it's a long time. I felt like I was in this golden era of genetics where like I there was like 4 years where like everything I pop was just like rank dank, incredible herb, and it just was like all herb that I'd found on Deadlot or Fish Tour or whatever. And it's just not like that anymore, right? Like you could just pop 100 seeds and you're like, that was not a waste of time, but I learned a lot about myself there, trusting in this, right? Um, you know, and I don't know how others feel about this, but you know, it takes a lot of effort to find something that you can really commercialize, you know, and it's almost by luck sometimes. If you're not using protocols and standards, as you kind of gracefully said before, Kevin, like you need controls, like you're like me, like I don't want to be pigeonholed to like just find this one control to get to this one set point, and then I'm going to sell that one varietal as seed. That it's cool. There's someone out there that wants to do that. That's not my intention for all of this, right? I want to preserve, I want to explore, I want to see that like off flyer that looks terrible, that washes like crazy, and we all said was going to be, worthless, but found out that it's the best plant in the bunch, That's that's what I'm looking for to explore. So with all this said, I know Russ, you've done a ton of brand breeding as well. Hunter, you're doing kind of the similar thing where you're finding plants that work, but then you're washing each plant, right? In the Masonic, like you've done a ton of work, utilizing the backbones of other genetics, but then wholly finding your own voice within all this, right? Like you've really kind of you've really impressed me over the years by sticking to your vision, because I look at you like a beat maker, someone who's like, I'm searching for samples to create a new piece here. And it's like you have an NPC and you're putting things together in a really creative way, but you make so many outcrosses. It's a journey to find like a few that really work. So it's really cool to see what the work that you're doing, because it's completely different than a lot of other seed makers, right? And breeders out there. So, how do you guys view what Kevin said? There's no refrigerator to go back to. Is this like something you've thought about individually? Has any of you guys thought about that as you've done your work? Like, hey, I won't be able to actually find this pheno again, but I want to lock it in these ways. How do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I could speak on that a little bit. So just so I've had a trying to go back to old seed stock even from like 2015, 2016, and you didn't store it correctly. There's the figurative uh pattern, and then literally it won't pop, and if you didn't store it correctly, good luck. And so now I've been more keen about storing the copious amount of seeds that I've, amounted, and it's like four deep freezers full that I've filled up with seeds just because, from all the interactions that I've had with people throughout the days. But yeah, I think about it with stuff that I don't have already that other people might not have. Like I could just think of like a Blissful Wizard 32. That's from Maine, right? That's a strain that was popularized by Cookies Connection. And I'm like, man, I miss that strain. And it's not just a strain you could just go and like, hey, like, who has it? Like that person probably won't even be on Instagram or something like that. But yeah, there's strains that I wish I could just go back and grab and utilize. And it's not as easy as just asking for them, especially taking them for like the one you had immediately. Like it could be a different one and they're just calling it the same thing. So I do keep that in mind, and it is like depressing sometimes looking at tons of seed that is badass. Like I have a bunch of old Thug Pug, Sure Breath, and like all those packs with the little puppy on them. And I'm talking about like 30 packs, 40 packs, and I'm just like they're all duds. Like I know they're all duds. I pop some of my favorite breeders' gear that I didn't store right, all duds, and it's just like it's not even disappointing at this point because I popped so many and it's just yeah,
So
experiencing it
how would
is
you
why I keep
preserve
going.
it if so like this brings the question just to the listeners and everybody out there, like I've been taught to preserve the seeds in particular ways, Pelican cases, using silica packets to keep it dry, all the things, but what are you guys doing, out there to help preserve things that you're just like, man, I don't want to lose this. Like yourself, I have hundreds of packs of Thug Pugs. I was given a pack of stuff in 2014 or something in Canada. I brought it home. I was like, who's this guy Thug Pug? I popped it. I was like, holy crap, this
Oh,
is incredible work. Like, where'd this guy come from? You
you
know?
know, I always have more seeds. Like I keep more seeds for myself than what I put out. And so I'll have, like bags of the same of the, genetics. So if it has a low germination rate or if something's wrong, I can always take it to TC. But if for long-term storage, if you're trying to keep something long storage, what I would recommend is a desiccant and then putting it in the fridge.
That's what I do. I mean, I have Pelican cases that are labeled, and I went as far as to make an Excel sheet, and I labeled it all, folded it up, put it inside the box. So when you open it up, you're like, oh, this is what's in here. You
Yeah.
know, how
But
many of the seeds are there?
nowadays, though, if you're having problems popping seeds, you can just crack that outer shell. You do all your sterilization, everything, and put it in tissue and tissue culture media. So there's like that wasn't a really popular option or really even an option, back when, I was like, trapping and stuff like that. So,
No,
but
Yeah.
new
we
technology.
have tons of options, and not only that, but there's other things that people have done before TC, like using amino acid when they soak, or using gibberellin, which is a hormone,
Hmm.
things like that.
Yeah,
Gibberellic
embryo
acid's
recovery.
tough though, man. Like if you don't dial the concentration and you get crazy rice syndrome, and you'll get an extension that's like 11 inches over the course of a 3-day period. Like you ever play around with gibberellic acid on any kind of seed stock? Oh, that shit's amazing what it can do.
Yeah,
But I think
and what's really cool about the different hormones is like you can see crazy stuff happen morphologically when you start manipulating plant hormones. Things can get real weird.
Yeah,
would
that's the
mhm.
other thing about this is, we have to remind ourselves we're artificially sort of inputting some hormones. It's just like a
Right.
human. You can't just start putting
Well,
hormones in your body,
Well, I
you
mean,
know.
gibberellic acid was also used. I learned about it when I was doing bonsai, right? If you want to
Mhm.
extend a particular bonsai, follow a particular, it's either Korean or Japanese standards for those who are aware. And so, for particular things, sometimes a elongated branch, like a cascade or something like that, is wanted or desired. And so, I had learned about that when I was working, oddly enough, for Ed Rosenthal. We were playing with gibberellic acid to make seeds, etc., to stress out the females so that they would produce male pollen, and then we would use that. And of course, the stock was shit, but it was still fascinating to go through the process of stressing out a female and causing it to hermaphrodite, and then pronounce. It can be done successfully. I just haven't. I was not aware or of a successful team that did so successfully.
I think like with seed preservation, I think that what people don't understand about aging a seed is that every time the seed experiences an increase in moisture, it cellularly starts to activate. It says, "Oh, it must be spring." And so it starts to activate and it starts to utilize the existing energy source within the embryo, which becomes your cotyledon. And so each time the moisture fluctuation occurs, it turns on the metabolic switch, and then we dry it and it turns it off. And if you do it enough, you eventually have no
Yeah.
sugar source left to create the energy needed until photosynthetic action can take place. And
I,
that's
I,
where
I,
Brandon was talking about putting the desiccant. I like put oxy packs in them too. So I cracked some seed that was put away probably 20-24 years ago, and the germination rate was phenomenal. But it was oxy pack, desiccant pack, and then put into this. In this case, it was frozen.
Even
But
rice works.
yeah, it'll pick it
Rice
up.
can work.
Rice will pull it off. But it's just that with the packs, you have set control.
Yeah. I think
And
the real issue is those prolonged exposures to excess humidity.
yes, because it activates and it enzymatically activates the metabolism,
Yeah.
and then you don't go. And Colin brought us something earlier too about when you got into the 90s, what you had heterosis. So fundamentally, people were putting things together that was so dissimilar genetically that when you put them together,
Yeah.
you got that hybrid vigor phenomenon, and you got really a representation of an F1. And even though it doesn't technically fit the F1 category of two inbred lines put together, but fundamentally they were so dissimilar and they were still pretty stable. And what we ended up doing was we made some real terrible mistakes, both from making selection using chemical assistance. So we used fungicides, pesticides, growth regulators, which was rampant in the industry at the time, right? Like in the 90s, like that shit roll. It's still, people still using it. But the point is that it changed the selection basis to where you would use anything and let the chemical do the work. And the traits of interest that we lost, which is what people call genetic drift, but in breeding, genetic drift is just really losing track of the traits of interest to where those allele are no longer present in the gene pool and you can't find them. And that's in any breeding. That's in dog breeding, that's in fish breeding, that's in herb breeding. And so that 90s era to me was this golden moment, and you saw it go downhill from that point. And it's people trying to like resurrect and bring back quality traits, stable lines, things with natural resistance, ability for plants to function without all the chemical support. And then the outdoor revolution reoccurred when they started to lessen the penalties on cannabis. So California, once they went into 1996, you got into medical. Medical said you could have plants. You started to be able to have the ability to have a criminal defense. It started to allow people to go back outside again. And it was the beginning of like the outdoor organic movement resurrected from the 70s. So you got to kind of see, if you're watching these cycles.
I remember that when we used to go up to go get our work packs back in the early 2000s, everybody was still growing, 100, 200 lighters on diesel generators, and nobody was really doing depths or outdoors in that. And then it started to pick up around like 2006. And then by 2008, it seemed like massive amounts of sour D was being grown and then shipped out of the East Coast, and it was all depths and outdoors.
You had a DA here, Brandon. There was a DA named Gallegos, and Gallegos was aware that the world was changing, and what he said was the 99 limit the feds put on is what I'm going to follow. So he said, if you got 99 plants per parcel, I'm cool with it. And that began the 10-pound plant revolution. That would have been like, I caught the case in 202, so I've been like 204. So in 204, the DA said, I'm cool with 99. And all of a sudden, I started seeing 400-gallon pots. I had never seen a 400-gallon pot. I was like, it looked like a pool. And it began that outdoor wave, but it also brought all the organic farmers, people that didn't really enjoy chemical indoor. It brought them back into the world of cannabis cultivation. And you started to see the reselection process for things that could hold themselves up under load, things that had natural resistance, things that could function in a biological manner. So it's been so interesting to see every one of these evolutions, and you're seeing it now indoor, where you're seeing the mentality of exudate driven systems, but created under lighting.
Yeah, the one thing I talk a lot about with like, I consider my older generation, the guys that brought me up, they were like, Colin, like, you got to remember, like, a lot of these cats that are talking smack on how big it was back then, like, you were there, it was 99 plants. And remember the year we got super pissed at you and your buddies for trying to do 200? I was like, yeah. They're like, you're blowing it up. You're gonna ruin it for everybody, So I think people don't remember. Maybe they just don't remember that it wasn't as big as we think, and it's why it was so tight. And to your point, why the herb was so good, it was because you had the attention to detail, and you were there all the time. Like you didn't leave, to your point. So, but the
You lived
diversity
on
that
site.
you're talking about, yeah, the diversity you're talking about, I think you're calling it right. In 2004, it really did change, right? I mean, I remember the shift because I was living in New York at the time, and we were all talking about how we needed to get more material because it just was going bonkers at the time. And we were looking for ways to get more diesel, and that was the way. Give them the clone, let them go crazy, and let them, bring it back. So I don't know if people realize that, we're still in an infant stage in that respect. We still haven't figured out scale. And if we have, then we might have a better market, because the cost per pound back then, we didn't really pay attention to at all. I didn't at all until I had to look at P&L for the first time. And I started realizing, like, yeah, I've got a lot of experience, but in what? Right?
You amortize the
And
cost in legal fees. Like that, like this, that was the joke, was that you had to always have enough money stacked to handle having a lawyer on retainer.
No, for sure.
And so, you went that direction, but it was like Blue Dream is a really good example, where when Blue Dream first popped out, my partner he was from Santa Cruz. So he comes back to Humboldt and says, check it out, man. This is this thing called Blue Dream. And he had some weed and we smoked and said, oh, that's pretty cool. And it yielded really well. And at that time, all herb was moving at, 38 to 4,000 a pound.
Yeah.
And we're like, yeah, it's all right. And a friend of mine planted one clone in he had a hole in the ground that he used to dump his used material and his used media from the indoor. So he probably had, 1,000 gallons of soil in his hole. And he said, I'm going to plant one in it. Just curiosity. And I'll never forget it. He came into the room at the end of the year and said, man, I said, I think I got 12 to 13 pounds off that plant. We looked at him and we were like, what? We couldn't believe what he said. And instantly you started to see this hunt for these, so I started collecting plants that could produce copious amounts of herb in large form. So it changed the selection process again.
Totally. I remember a guy online that was in Australia that would post these outrageous photos of these plants, these single plants, and just like you're explaining to me. I can't really be a madness or something. I wish Marcus was on because he would know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, the Mullenbees.
The Mullenbees, it was that guy, right?
They literally were like 20 feet tall.
Dude, it was the most, like, as a young guy, I was like, holy crap, I need to figure out where this is coming from, because you're like, I've never seen anything like this.
No, Tom Hill Hayes, Tom Hill from the Hayes, the Hayes fame.
I still have a
Tom
pack
was
of
somebody
his seeds.
who,
Wonder if those will pop.
On the internet, I think Tom was one of the first really focused big plant cultivators, where he was constantly putting up, this, look what I'm doing. And it allowed people to understand what was possible when you gave a plant root space. And if there's a really good book called Roots Demystified, and there was a guy in the Midwest that was extremely focused on roots. And what he would do is he would excavate all plants, and he would literally with the brush away every bit of dirt on a root system. And his work is never been equaled. Like, his obsession with root systems was phenomenal. But he, in one of the pages, they have a cannabis plant, and it was that cannabis tops out at around 7 feet, almost 8 feet in diameter in terms of its root, and it goes down anywhere between 18 to like 32 inches. So it doesn't have anything really excessively deep, but the root mass of a plant left unimpeded is phenomenal. And once you understand what the plant can actually do if you don't limit it, and you can kind of see it if you're in a cube, because when you're running, like we use Rockwell or Core as an example, or even the Solo Cup challenge that they just did online, right? Where they put a Solo Cup and said, how big a plant can we get? If you can maintain root zone health and give it what it wants, you can trick the plant into being much larger than you would think you could get out of it. So out of a Rockwell block, you can get a plant that's mind bending, because we can now measure and manipulate what's taking place. But naturally, you're having to create such a large mass because you're having to mine from that mass all the different mineral and nutrients through microbial uptake.
Well, it reminds me of, have you ever studied giant pumpkin growing before? Have you ever looked
I have.
like people like Mark Wallace is a great example. They really, I grew up actually around giant pumpkins and growing giant pumpkins, so this like really strikes a chord with me. You can target, right? Like this has been an age-old thing, and you can do this in many different ways. I mean, shoot, Russ, like your products, for instance, are a great example of this. There's a lot of ways to get the like a maximalist approach to the plant, right? And it's really cool that you're going into this, because people just don't realize that there's true science behind targeting certain growth stimulation and what you're after, right? In this case, it's larger plants, and in some cases it could be other things. But yeah, I encourage others to like look into Mark Wallace out there. Even today, he's still got some really cool, really great stuff to learn.
What's interesting about those giant pumpkins is they're specifically training. They're cutting off any other fruits. They're only having one, and then what they're doing is they actually bury the nodes, and so those roots grow at those locations, and they're so they can fertilize a larger surface area, so that that
Yeah.
plant has the ability to uptake more nutrients. Um, since I bought my property 3 years ago, I've grown about 15, 16 footers here on my property, and I decided that it's I'm not going to do it like I've been doing it because it's so unmanageable, especially if you have like high insect pressure like I do out here in the Midwest, to try to like do integrated pest management practices without having to get like on a ladder and like do all this extra work. And so starting things later in the season and doing like a bumper crop, like doing peppers and tomatoes beforehand, is going to be my approach, just for more manageable plants. But I totally understand why people were aiming for, massive plants, is because they were trying to maximize the amount of product that they could get in a time where prices were still high,
And
so
numbers were low. And numbers were low.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because anything over 99 was an instant fed case, right?
Yeah.
So, hey, what's up, boy? I haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
What's up, Captain? Nice to see you. Love you guys so much. All
Good, you
of
too.
Super into this
Hey,
conversation.
while we were talking about the giant pumpkins, and because you're sitting, I was researching the giganticism in Alaska,
Yeah.
and it was about certain valleys have microbial content that's ultra efficient at conversion because it acclimated to the higher light cycles and then shorter seasons, and it creates this hyper efficiency, and it's why you can grow all these mega cabbage and mega plants. But when they take that humus and they export it, they wipe out the synergy in the microbiome, and it doesn't effectively work. It only
Yeah,
works
that
in
makes
that
so much
location
sense.
because of the totality of the relationship.
Because the pressure and the heat in the atmosphere, the type of water that it gets, the raw materials that even create the microbes to begin with. Like microbes are either living or dying, and they're living when they have something they recognize to eat. So you can't just bring Alaskan humus to Oklahoma, and then have it work consistently for 2 years. Like, yeah, it'll work for a cycle or a certain part of it potentially. A lot of those gigantic genetics are simply a genetic thing too. So, like when you get a 2,000-pound pumpkin, like you're saving every single seed out of there, and you're selling a seed at like $100 a piece. So it's not just taking any pumpkin and then just making a huge bunch of soil or a giant compost pile and growing out of it that, makes it huge, So it's definitely genetics, which is same with herb, like you can't take a blackberry kush and grow it to 18 feet. Like it's just not going to work. You know what I mean? But, and I'll just say this really quick story, and I think this is important for the subject, which our Irish horse farmer friend who's in his 80s now grew up in Ireland, and they used to use reeds for their roof. Like they used reeds, like grass roofs, right? And the reeds always grew a certain way because they were natural, just out of the bogs and out of the water, and the roofs would last like 80 years, a long time. And then modern farming started to happen, and there was nitrate and nitrogen runoff that would go into the water, and all of a sudden the reeds were getting like way taller, and it was just a natural thing because it was going into the water, and the reeds were all of a sudden two times taller, and everyone thought, wow, this is great, we have way more reeds now, like this is kind of like a little side thing that works. But in the end, the reeds didn't last as long. It was almost like their body like outgrew their genetic potential, and it lost its natural strength to exist. And I find that with ganja. You have to start that herb like in January, and or February, grow it inside, then acclimate it, bring it outside, and then put it in a giant dirt, grow it huge, support it everywhere, make sure it doesn't fall apart in a windstorm. And it all of a sudden does become susceptible to bugs and different things because there's so much pulsing through the plant, it almost attracts it. So I'm finding, going to all the regenerative farms and Kelly and everything, and what we do is, and we start seeds like Brandon said a little bit, like a little bit later, just a little later, and let the plant grow from a natural setting rather than the light. Let it grow natural under the sun. Let it grow up natural. And now we're just like, it doesn't even use trellis. It
No.
grows itself perfect. It has its own natural defense. It doesn't attract uh, uh, aphids and different things in the same way. Go ahead if you have something to say.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
it's great.
Yeah. And so that's just a thought, sometimes we can outgrow a plant's potential and then all of a sudden make it susceptible to things.
One
No,
of
I
the
just
things,
call it plant
Acclimation
obesity.
matters.
oh, sorry. One of the things that you had mentioned is the over fertilization with nitrogen. And that there's been studies that show that that actually does attract plant feeding pests. But also, one of the things that I wanted to mention is there's a really intricate balance between nitrogen and calcium. And that has a strong effect on plant morphology. And calcium uptake really affects plant signaling and the overall health and the ability for that plant to be able to fight off pathogens and insects. Calcium is like it's one of the most used nutrients, even though it's considered a secondary nutrient. If you look at it from like a parts per million of what your solution should be and the actual highest ppm of nutrient in leaf tissue, it's calcium, or it should be calcium. So that's one of the things too. Like calcium is one of the most underrated uh, nutrients. You can't really overdo it. You can cause antagonisms with other.
Would you define it as a mineral or a nutrient?
Well, here's the thing with calcium. So calcium is typically a mineral form, right? So you have natural forms like gypsum, which is calcium sulfate. You have forms like basalt. You have calcium silica, which is wollastonite. You have bone meals. You have calcium phosphates. I'm actually doing a full podcast on all these different forms. You even have things like dolomitic lime and high calcium ag lime. So different calcium sources will actually do different things, and they have different solubilities. So you can actually stack calcium sources. So gypsum for the highest solubility, and it's also going to bring in sulfur, which is important for protein metabolism and terpene production, also for thiol production as well. And then you have things like the wollastonite, which is calcium silica, and calcium phosphate, which has a lower solubility than gypsum. It's like a medium slow release, and it's dependent on microbial metabolism and environmental weathering. And then you have things like volcanic rock dusts, basalt, and those actually remineralize the calcium and magnesium over longer periods of time, so months to years. And so when you stack these different types of calcium sources, what you're allowing for is immediate solubility, mid-range solubility, and then long-term solubility. So you can stack these certain calcium sources, but you also have to be aware of what you're using. Because if you're using something like high calcium ag lime, that could increase your pH. And if you have problems with like phosphorus uptake or micronutrient uptake, or if you're already in a calcareous soil, then that could antagonize other nutrient uptake. So calcium's like a really dynamic element, and it's always attached to something. So it's either attached to phosphorus, sulfur, or like a silicate mineral.
Well, it's funny, but that's great you broke that down for everyone. Because, one thing I was going to ask is, the use of sulfur and how that incorporates with that, because we know that sulfur is a catalyst for enzymatic reaction. So
Protein metabolism mainly is what sulfur is used for, protein
sure.
metabolism. So it has to build up all of
Yep.
these proteins, which are essentially how they, it forms these metabolic pathways. And we know that crops, and we see this in scientific literature, and lavender is a really good example. So lavender, there's research that shows that the oil production that comes from lavender and the essential oils that come from lavender are better expressed under high sulfur conditions.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's slowly more and more evidence. There's some white papers out there that suggest it for, being a precursor molecule, and it's really fascinating what we're learning. But again, there's more to unpack on it. I'm I'm here for it to learn and understand more about it. I just know that in practice, using sulfur versus not using sulfur has definitely affected certain varietals in terms of their ability to produce aromatic
And
compounds.
we do
I've
want to
definitely seen that
distinguish
live.
sulfur from sulfate as well, because elemental
Sure.
sulfur it actually has to be converted again through microbial metabolism into
Hmm.
sulfate. But if you use elemental sulfur, you can cause really drastic problems with soil acidification.
Sure.
And so the majority of organic cultivators are getting their sulfur from things like their gypsum, from things like their Epsom salt, their magnesium sulfate, from things like potassium sulfate, and from micronutrient sulfate. So there's typically adequate sulfur levels in or sulfate levels in organic agriculture. And then also there's naturally sulfur in the earth as well, which is converted through microbes.
Yeah. No, well distinct. Yeah, really good to break that down for everyone. It's, these are things that are talked a lot in passing a lot, and I feel like defining it is super important because people go out there and they make mistakes based on something they heard. So defining that is really everything, man. So thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
I
Now
wanted. Oh,
go ahead, Kayla. What's up?
Well,
Hi, good to
hi
see you.
everybody. Happy New Year. Really love all you guys, and this conversation is just absolutely hits a really deep place in my heart because I feel like we're having the same conversation as like when I have a patient or a client that I work with and they come to me and they're like, okay, I've got these issues going on. And so I'm going to start to sort of relate human health, soil health, and plant health because I feel like it's really important as we start entering into 2026. And we can see that the supplement business and vitamin business and herbal business and mineral business is skyrocketing, as well as a lot of now this information about how, minerals and vitamins and nutrients for soil and for plants. And now what I'm finding is that in the same way as plants uptake, humans uptake. So if we're going to be taking a medium and we're going to be adding a lot of different supplementation to it, in the same way that I would say, oh, okay, well, somebody has this problem maybe with thyroid, I would just make up something, or digestive issues. I could give them a whole slop of supplements. And I could give all of these different reasons why all of these supplements work and the importance of the supplements. But I know that when that person takes it, they're going to only uptake 10 to 15%. Now, if I am giving the same herbal remedies and I'm giving the same nutrients and the same minerals, and I'm growing it out in a plant form, and then I'm telling somebody, hey, here's this very amazing nutrient rich tea. Let's go ahead and now this tea has all of the minerals in it, all of the herbs in it, because I mean, all of the nutrients in it. And now they're going to drink that. That person is going to be getting like 80 to 100% uptake of all of those nutrients. It's the same way as if you take nettle tea and you steep it overnight, as opposed to you take apart those nettles and then you look at the minerals that are in those nettles, and then we start supplementing each individual mineral. I just believe that our metabolism is much more intelligent than the supplements or than the nutrients or than these concentrated values of nutrients or nutrition. And I believe the same for plants. I believe the same for soil. And I believe that if you have another plant that's uptaking nutrients or minerals, and then you take down that plant and then you feed it to the soil, then the soil has 100% ability to break that down. If we're just giving it like sulfur or we're giving it, and I'm playing the devil's advocate here, I'm playing like the health devil's advocate here. It takes a tremendous time for that soil to break down those pellets, those nutrients, even if it's totally micronized, even if it's 100% soluble, they'll tell you that it's 100% soluble. How much is the plant actually uptaking? How much can the plant uptake? And how much ability does the plant have to even be able to uptake. You know, you guys had said it before that plant obesity is one thing, but also, you know, plants not having enough is also another thing. And I just feel like now that we're entering into 2026, we have the ability to look at how we as humans uptake, how plants uptake, and then start utilizing more natural forms so that we know that the plant is going to be getting 100% of what it needs. So if there's an intermediary, like soil that's been there for a really long time is an intermediary because it's had a tremendous amount of carbon that's died on it. Plants have died on it. It's already maybe nutrient rich, maybe in a forest soil, old growth forest. You're going to see all of the nutrients are already in there, totally available because it's come through plants. It's come through time. It's come through water raining down on it. It's come through, you know, vegetation dropping their leaves. So I just think that if we were to feed a whole side stripe of vegetation, all of the supplements that Brandon is talking about, and then we feed that to the plants, now we've got 100% uptake ability, and we fed all of the supplements to another plant. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you could grow nettles out with those supplements. You could grow alfalfa out with those supplements. You can grow all different types of plants out with those supplements, chop them down, then feed them to the ganja. And now we're talking 100% viability, 100% nutrient uptake.
So
and now the soil is super intelligent. I just wanted to bring that up as an option.
You can never have just like you can have a soluble nutrient solution. You can have things that are carbon chelated, but typically you can never really have like soils that has everything is 100% available because you're basically fighting the laws of physics, thermodynamics, and you're fighting, you know, entropy. And so, like, these minerals and these things are going through natural processes. And so, when you have something like you're talking about, I do agree with you. You do get a higher use efficiency when you have nutrients that are bound to, and that is the difference, right? So, when you have things that are bound to organic molecules, humic and fulvic acids, organic acids, what happens is the cells can actually acquire those more efficiently. However, nutrients will be liberated in soil. Sometimes they'll be mobilized and immobilized by microbes. Sometimes they'll get tied up. Sometimes they'll be converted into precipitants or weakly binded particles that have to ever get really 100% of what's in your media. But you are correct in your thinking of the efficiency of delivering nutrients through organic means. And that's one of the reasons why when I'm talking about plant nutrition, I'm usually associating it with things like fulvic and humic acids and organic acids, because all those soluble organic complexes creates greater efficiency for uptake.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring this up is because, you know, I work with a lot of pregnant women, and we'll have their blood tests taken at the very beginning of their pregnancy. And then I can have some women in some areas of the world that only can take supplements. They're only taking supplements that you can buy from the store. They're going to be taking the most expensive supplements that they possibly can. And then we're going to test their blood at the third trimester to make sure that everything is all good. Or then I'm going to have women who I'm feeding tea, and I'm making sure that all of their nutrients are totally taken care of. That tea is steeping overnight. And during their entire pregnancy, they're only drinking teas as their supplementation. And now we look at the blood test results of these same women in their third trimester. The women who drank the tea are going to be fully viable with all of the minerals, all of the nutrition, all of the correct blood cell, all of the red blood cell counts, and we're not going to be seeing the leukocytes. It's all going to be really good. So I'm just seeing now, after 30 years of working with women and working with plants, that I truly believe that if we have some intermediary of a plant that does the uptake of the non-soluble or of these hard minerals or of the hard nutrients, then that allows our body. It's the same as like you can take a conch. So I can't eat an entire old growth tree. I can't eat a whole old growth tree. You can take it and you can chop it up.
You could boil
and we could boil it and we could take all of the nutrients from it.
hard to eat.
But if you take a conch that's grown on that old growth tree, a polypore, that's a concentrated value of that entire tree. And now that becomes 100% absorbable into my body, as well as 100% absorbable into the soil. So thanks. I think that's really important parts of how we absorb and how nutrients absorb.
And soil in a natural setting, there's millions and billions of allies. If you go to the store, like, it's limited. It doesn't matter. Like, you can get some of the things, you can get 18 different calciums and 19 different nitrogens, but it's not the same as picking up a crazy fertile natural soil. It's just different.
But I also don't want to, say that here we are.
Better than
Here, no. And I also want to say, what we're trying to cure and what Brandon is working on and what a tremendous amount of people are working on is we have dead soil all over this world, horrific dead soil that big ag has taken terrible advantage of. And by remineralizing with supplements like this and trying to get the soil to where it's more of a holistic value, then of course we're helping out the world. Of course, we're bringing back that soil to a natural value. And that's basically the difference of what we're talking about and what you're talking about, Brandon. I know that you're working in these huge big swaths of dead land that needs to be remineralized. And now it may be the only way that we can do that. So it's interesting to have these two different conversations of getting to the same place in different ways.
Set and setting.
Yeah, and I think, that's such awesome, powerful stuff, Kel. It's like, yes to all of it because it's so important, right? And, it brings me back to the question for breeding, like, how does your soil health correlate to seed health and longevity of those seeds? And then how does that pass that health on to the next person that's going to grow those out? Because I think that's ultimately everyone has a different way, but we all make seeds, right? But everyone has a different way to get to that end goal. And I often wonder, are seeds grown in environments that encompass these ideologies gonna outlast those that don't? And it's a question more than an answer. It's really, I don't know the answer, but I wonder, I think about that a lot, because I grow a ton of seeds and not all of them pop. And man, there's some brand new packs out there that I've gotten, so
That's a good question, but I saw the other day Craig from Alpenglow. I gave him some stock from Pakistan, which is as dry a climate as one can envision. I mean, you're literally dehydrating, just standing there, almost no precipitation, all water fundamentally from glacier flow, right? So there's unbelievable amounts of water moving through the region, but none of it's coming from rainfall. It's coming from glacier melt. So as dry as it can be, they have almost no, but we say botrytis issues. But Craig's in Humboldt, and they have the seasonal fluctuation, but they took some stock that I gave them and they ran it out almost 10 months. So they just harvested it recently through all this inclement weather and all these issues and no problems whatsoever. And it was, this is just, my thoughts on it, but the plant communicated with that living soil at Craig's operation. So Craig and Mel, they're DEM crew, and the combination of that living media with seeds that had inherently always been chosen for survivability, right? So the Pakistani stock, it's not random. They maintain, like, all females get left, but they cull out males that they think are undesirable, and they only leave the males that they believe have the best traits to create the subsequent seed stock. And it's never one type of male. It's a range. So there's always this survivability concept that, because at the end of the day, cannabis was food, right? So before it was anything, it was food. You ate seed. And so for them, that is still a huge food source item in their diet. They utilize it to get the omegas and the healthy fats in their winter diet when they're stuck inside, rock houses for 4 months up in the Kurukura Mountains. So I was kind of curious how it would all work out, but I saw Craig doing this project, and then they just cut it, and he just sent me a photo, and I'm just like, holy shit. So I think that when you are talking about correct parental selection combined with healthy bottom end, you have the best seed stock. You have something that's going to transmit value over time, and I want to say a more broad-based applicability. You can use it in more different situations because it has the genetic information present to be able to work with what's present.
It has that intelligence, yeah. No,
Yeah, I have a question for you guys. In working with children and babies and mothers and generations, one of the things that's really put forward is, old midwives always talk about teeth and children's teeth, and they say that if you have good teeth or if you have bad teeth, that it's from 7 generations back. That our teeth are from our 7 generations ago. So 7 generations ago, your genetics, if they were good, you've got good teeth. If they ate well, then you're good. And if they didn't, then, you're not going to have very good teeth.
To work on it.
So I'm wondering about that sort of genetic drift over a long period of time.
I got fucked up teeth.
Yeah, well, 7 generations ago.
I have fucking straight English teeth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm really interested in what you all think about, like, if our teeth are 7 generations, how do we feel about our ganja seeds, or how many generations does it take to get them healthy? Any ideas?
Hunter?
I mean, Kev, you can answer this really well because you ran a nursery. I mean, I've seen it in my, as I call my little world of yeah, I think it does. I think it does affect it. I think environment affects all the way down as you pass it along. It's why
That's epigenetics.
Right? I think nutrition is a big player too.
Yeah, guaranteed. Yeah. Guaranteed. But it's picking up nutrition. So plants that evolve in low nutrition evolve better uptake, but they also restrict ultimate expression because they have less to work with. But they produce really interesting metabolites as a defense mechanism to offset what they didn't get. So, I mean, ultimately, the plant's a bioreactor, and it comes down to what was it reacting to. And I think that that's one of the issues we have is that it's kind of like the story of sour diesel, where the sour isn't allowed anymore. And fundamentally, it doesn't need to be, because we've gone so many generations away from its original source material that it no longer has to provide that signature. So at some point, the parents had a need to be that loud. And then they imparted it to the progeny. But each time we clone it, it still picks up epigenetic influence from the cloning process. And even TC, that provides a whole nother set of stimulus through the hormonal formulations that gives us change as well. So I don't think that when you get down to it, there's never a single set point. It's always a moving point through time. And because the plant's alive, it adapts and follows. And I think that for us, like in cannabis, that we've been doing it for a long time, you're just grateful you got to experience it. You can say, I remember when it would stink through a cement wall. And that's not the case anymore. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen, but the idea that you're going to get it to repeat isn't necessarily true either.
Yeah.
Things have a window.
So I have a question, Hunter. So like, I've been watching you from afar. You've been kind of quietly doing your thing, and you've been building your beds for I don't even know how many years. What are you doing up there in Maine? Or I know because you have a different environment. Like you can even go get lobster shells, and you can go to the coast and do things that a lot of us wish we could do. What's working for you up in Maine?
So the property that we were on was logged like about 15 years before we got onto the property, and it was pretty much clear cut of most of the good sources of carbon, obviously for the previous owners to sell and then flip the property, and essentially was just kind of forgotten about. And the best area for us to cultivate on has like no carbon or real like what you would call soil that you'd want to see. So it wasn't very suitable for any type of agriculture. So we went with hugelkultur to build the carbon on top of basically like clay and kind of mineral rock, which was all we were pretty much working with. There's like big pieces of ledge through my field and stuff. You can't see it or tell anymore, but yeah, we also just to comment on a little bit of the previous conversation, that we still operate a plant count here. So I am growing huge plants with robust root systems, and growing them as big as I can, because without that plant count, I would pretty much need an adult use 10,000 square foot permit to do the same thing I'm doing now in the medical program. So we really focus on the root systems and keeping them healthy, because we need these plants to get big to be able to hit numbers to fill our space. And I think, it's all just about keeping healthy plants, regardless of if you're in old growth soil or you're in brand new crappy soil, or, however you're doing it. And if you're using supplemental style nutrition as well as overall soil microbial value and just general nutritional value of some of these soils that have been around, it's really just focusing on plant health, and whatever type of system you're in, whatever style you're growing. And same with with seeds. So really focusing on all the elements together is kind of what we're doing. We have animals, so we're working on creating nutrient value through grazing those animals and helping them, manage the land that we'll cultivate in. So for us, it's been just a big learning process, and just responding to the plants and then responding to the expressions that they're giving us, and then formulating that into our system, which is hash for us. So we kind of take little bits and pieces from everything, but we've been really diving into a lot what Brandon's talking about with the soil chemistry. At first, we were really focusing on soil biology, and that's really what kind of got us into the overall land management style that we're using. But now we're really learning a lot more about the physical chemistry of soil structures, and then further than that, the actual nutritional values, balance, and how to restore that within our parameters of natural farming, and our kind of ethos here, which, we've taken so much knowledge from the Dragonfly Earth Medicine family, and then have kind of used a little data driven approach here with soil testing to kind of learn more about soil chemistry. And honestly, those two worlds colliding for us is what has really created true soil health and plant health and animal health. With going back to Kelly, how it's all connected. It's not just plant health, it's soil, plant, animal, human health is all together. So we're really just learning as much as we can. I've been a little quiet so far because, like, honestly, I'm just so inexperienced in comparison to most of you guys with breeding, and trying to learn and sponge up as much as I can. I've already learned a lot just kind of sitting here listening. I just bred for the first time in an indoor scenario, and so far the seeds are just not as good. Not necessarily the results from the pheno hunt we just did, but the quality of the seeds, the size of the seeds, just you can just look at them. I actually remade a few of the same crosses just to be redundant and have more. And it's like half the size, and they don't pop quite as fast. And I think it's tough to beat a system that is more natural, especially with just overall plant health, which I think will then correlate directly to the seed health. So we're just kind of working with the laws we have and the land we have. We're pretty limited in both of those things, but a really beautiful thing about Maine is that we have these older laws, because once you start getting these square footage licenses, basically it goes rec, and you got to be you're basically playing in the big leagues. Here in Maine, we've been able to really keep our medical program so far, and yeah, that 99 plant law, like that was Maine's. That was Maine. People weren't signing up for any program; they were just running their 99 plants for a long, long time here, and we still do that for the most part. So yeah, just to touch on everything I've heard, you know what I mean? That's kind of the general consensus here, is just focusing on plant health without really limiting ourselves into some box. There's so many different elements to plant health that we need to keep learning about, and plant nutrition and delivering the nutrients to the soil for the plant to access from the soil, is hard, because cannabis plants that are huge take up a lot of freaking nutrients. You can't really just throw some nettles down. You know what I mean? If you're growing like a 10 by 10 plant that is connected to a real business, so we've had to learn, number one, how to get that nutrition at the ppms we need, whether it's calcium, like Brandon was just talking about. That's extremely, extremely key for our success from what we've found, and doing it in as natural way as possible, right? So like with compost sources and mining the minerals from the existing soil, and trying to really like encompass all of those natural ways, but also with measuring the soil and making sure we're hitting those marks. Because if you don't have the plant nutrition in that media well before the plant needs to access it, you're going to get problems. You're going to get crop loss. You're not going to have terpene expressions to the level that we need to see them. So we've really just been trying to learn as much as we can from all these other people that have kind of paved the way, and plug and play into our system to just see what actually produces results. Because realistically, the cannabis side of our situation is our cash crop. That is really what has allowed us to focus on the homestead and raising animals, and has funded that, and so yeah, I'm just grateful for the plants so much to have it provide for us to learn and play around with all these different methodologies. And yeah, from what I've seen so far, nothing's beating outdoor full season seed production. Nothing's coming even close for us. Not sure if that's what everyone else has found or not, but we're pretty novice with the seed making. We've only made like 2 lines so far, so just trying to learn.
Well, you've been winning. Been out there selecting and winning cups. So something's obviously working. And
preserving. I think that's a key with this, with like seed making. Before we've ever grown, I was just a passionate consumer, and without understanding, having moms and all that energy that takes to have like 70 to 100 plus different moms that are happy and healthy that you can clone off of. I just never understood like how people are losing these plants. With any grow experience, I was like, yo, no, that's the best shit. Like, it's gone. And they're like, yeah, it's gone. And so when we started, I really wanted to make sure that didn't happen to us. And I look back and I'm like, that was a great decision. Because we don't lose plants. They got 100 to 200 different plants, and we're growing about 20 to 30 of them. So when we started breeding, the library was there to create. We had the female.
One thing I want to mention for everyone out here, I've been watching Hunter online a little bit, and I see when you post your data, you're doing the real work by doing that. I just want that to be said out loud, because not everyone understands that each plant has a unique potential. And taking that time to address that most people just mix wash, like I got to get it done. I got to sell this thing or whatever. But you're trying to find the magic in the mundane, and that's what it's about, man. So we need, keep pushing on those things. That's what's gonna take you to the place that I know you can go. It's what I do. I was doing that in the late 90s, dude. Like I was like washing each individual one because I was like, why am I getting like 1%? This is insane. Like I was just like, like hitting walls nonstop and I didn't have anyone to ask, Now you have peers around you to like call and talk to and look at their work online. And it's amazing that we have this community to talk to now. I would have died for that, man. My version of that was like DMing Marcus on Overgrow, being like, "Yo, I'm gonna do this," and we would get on True Stoners chat and talk with like four other guys and talk through like what I was gonna do, and that was like the best we could do. So fast forward to today, it's like we have this amazing opportunity to share this knowledge and kind of come together in a way that is so open. Like it's how rad is it? So,
Yeah. Yep.
This
but
is a
yeah,
good
no,
time.
I really respect your work and I think it's awesome that you're taking the steps to do the right thing. It's difficult to just be disciplined. So, good on you, man. That's super
Thank you.
rad.
Thank you.
Well,
Appreciate
you
it.
got
Also a
chime in
good
there.
time. Also a
Hey,
good time to mention the Culture Cup. That's a
Yeah, I want to give him a
event as
chance to
well.
talk. Yeah,
And I'll
Culture Cup, and you're bringing it to NorCal. I think that's something you should talk about for just like 2 seconds.
and that was go. So
Yeah, so go.
Yeah. So the just a little brief history. The Culture Cup was just a group of us um, here in Maine trying to push each other. Uh, I'm a very competitive person. I wrestled my whole life and wrestled in college, so I have like I push myself personally, but I really like to be pushed by peers. And I think there's a lot of negativity that people kind of take out of competition, but there's so much more positive to take out of it. And it really is just like you versus you. So we wanted to get a group of good people together and see who has the best hash and hopefully learn how to perfect that process to make it accurate and be able to use the feedback to just get better. So that's what it was. It was just a private event. We had like a potluck party, and we sat down and pretty much ego clash style, just passed the jars around, which at the time was kind of the only really bigger competition that was out there. So we used that as a model and went from there. And fast forward, it's turned into this, countrywide high level competition that we try to focus on community and the culture that the real culture that we've all sacrificed for, and that I feel like we need to protect and continue to build upon. So it was kind of like, let's mash it all up, let's get some reggae music. And we ended up last year we had Barrington Levy come. We had a really successful event where the public was allowed to come for pretty much the first time. And we definitely had a group of some of the best makers and growers in the country in the hash sector, 100%. So fast forward to now, there is no real Cali competition in my eyes that is really hitting the mark. And we essentially just got the call from all the homies, like, you guys got to come out here and do this. And me and Matt, my business partner, were just kind of laughing, like, are we about to do this in 2 months? Like, and we did. So January 22nd and 23rd in Hopland, California, we'll be having the Culture Cup, Mendocino County, and very honored to step into this space. California is like the birthplace of all this. So a little nervous, but very, very excited to bring everyone together out there and just celebrate what we've sacrificed for. And with California and the regulations, people have just been kind of voided, and they feel like they don't have an outlet. They can hardly, they can't grow as much. They can't get a permit at least. There's people doing their thing regardless, obviously. But it's become kind of a hash maker's world out there, because it's a lot fucking easier to just build a little mini lab and just basically taken people's material and enter it all over the country. And we've been seeing all these hash makers basically taking trophies from the farmer in my eyes. And so we're here to kind of switch that back to where it should be and kind of bring the vibe, a little East Coast vibe to the West Coast, and just cherish and focus on the grower. So, you know, if anyone is going to be around on those dates, feel free to reach out, and we'd love everyone to be a part of it.
So we
What
totally
are those
got
dates
your back.
again?
January 22nd and 23rd, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, it's gonna be epic, man. I tried to get him hooked up with some friends in Ukiah, but it's just the farm didn't work out. But that maybe in the future, man, that would be
That's the
a
ideal
special
spot.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I want to throw it. I
It's got
didn't
the
want to
yurts
just
and stuff you could stay in, like people could stay there, and then it's got that, yeah, it's pretty magical.
Tap
But yeah, that's cool, you know, and welcome Ryan. Nice to see you, brother. Um, Always good to see you in. I was wondering when you'd come through. Um, but yeah, you know, I like that you're what you're doing, and you know, I appreciate that, you know, you're pushing things forward in a meaningful way, and it's honorable, man. There's a lot of people just trying to throw comps and, you know, do exactly what you're saying.
I also
Anyone takes in material and enters it from any farmer and says it's theirs, it's like, come on,
I don't
you
like
know.
that. That happened to us in Prague when we were there last. Someone bought our hash and then entered it into the cup and won.
And
we were the hash judges. We were the hash judges. No one had hash like we had. The cured, sparkly, amazing. It was so odd.
But it was really cool because it was the first cup that we ever won that we never entered.
But I also wanted to say I love
Can
that.
the trophy say that? I mean, that would be brilliant.
It was awesome. I was like, wow, we won. We've never entered a cup. We totally won. So it was really awesome.
The best cup we never entered. First place trophy.
Anyway,
Also,
love to hear from everyone.
Also, Hopland is where you guys are having it. You know, wanted to say to everybody else.
Center, former, those, yeah.
I just wanted to say to everybody who's listening and people who are maybe thinking about coming or thinking about, you know, joining you all, we're definitely going to be trying to make it there. You're probably going to, 99%, we're going to come down and be with you guys. Number one, because we want to support what you all are doing, Hunter. It's absolutely incredible. I feel like it's really raising the bar. And number two, you know, supporting Ned and those guys who are in Hopland, really creating this. We've already had several plant medicine sessions there with a lot of the community. We've been in and out of there, and it's such a feel-good place. So anybody who's thinking about maybe coming, definitely make it happen.
Okay, let's just say this. The setting, it's a 25, 30-year-old biodynamically set up space. It's 25, 30 years into like this magical thing that was created. So just to walk into something and say, what? Because you always walk into farms like, dude, I just created this. Check it out. It's perfect. You're like, sweet, like I want to see it in 20 years because shit changes and everything grows and things crack and you had mistakes you had to fix. And so it's really cool to see what systems like took off, what systems didn't. And you know, love the setting. We didn't enter the cup yet. We might, but we weren't super confident because we had already made a bunch of hash that we already saw. So we were just kind of like,
is it too late, Hunter?
So
can you tell everybody, is it too late to enter?
No, well, rosin is full. That's really easy to fill.
No, we got the melt. We got the melt. So.
Yeah.
So is it melt and rosin only, guys? Is that the two categories? You're not no sift or anything like that?
No sift. You kind of need your own category for it, and there's just not enough people. Another big element of this is I'm a big advocate of winning money. If you're putting your best foot forward, like truly the best foot forward. And so we have an ante attached to our entry, which is a $500 ante. So right now in rosin, the pot's $40,000. Winner will be taking $20,000. So there's a lot to gain from it. Not only, I think the main thing is focusing on the feedback from your peers, and our job is to make sure that feedback's actually accurate, because that's a big issue in the competition scene. Is you're just like, how did that happen?
Totally.
It doesn't add up, and then you don't really want to take that home and use it, to better yourself. So I think a lot of these competitions, one, aren't thrown by growers, hashers / competitors themselves, which is like, that's the obvious issue. Like, there's a disconnect. They're throwing an event and they're focusing on like the sessions and the dinners and the celebrity judges and all of these other things that realistically you could get all right and then screw up something as simple as the scorecard being terrible and not reflecting the winner. And so we just try to let all that other stuff, that's secondary, and we're going to focus on making it accurate, getting the best competitors that we can find, including the unknown. And that's what we really work very hard on getting. Is the goal is to get all those big names that everyone hears who wins and put them up against 2x4 tent growers in Pennsylvania and the Midwest. We've had so far, the 3 champions at our competition have beaten big names like the Real Cannabis Chris and Trichome Tortoise. Like, they all lost to, most cases, a hobby grower, which we all know it's hard to match that passion when you're running a business from it versus it's for fun. Like, so the passion, we want to shine through. And we want, I don't care if it's big or small grow. That doesn't mean anything to me. I just want to make sure that they're all represented, and we'll see how cards fall, and that's kind of our goal. We just want to get the best people that we can, make sure it's accurate, and also try to make it more fun, because it's brutal being a competitor in most of the bigger competitions myself. It's not fun. It's, unfortunately,
it's a lot of work
pretty
too,
terrible.
man. Like, you're there like smoking everybody's stuff, and you're like, dude, I'm how many jars deep? I don't even like, I need a palate cleanse. And
And
no,
then you're
I get
waiting
it.
for 8
Waiting for
hours to
whatever.
move in
Yeah.
because they didn't decide to figure out how long that process takes for whatever reason. And you're just like, or, you just feel used. You're just like,
Yeah.
all this other stuff going on
Yeah, I
because of
did.
this.
Yeah, I came here and spent all this time and money. I get it. Yeah, no, 100%. The other thing I think you're doing well is like, you're getting the food and the experience down, like oysters on the half shell in Maine. So awesome. Like letting people experience the culture of the region. I thought was like a really nice touch that you guys had. And lobster rolls and like just stuff that, when you're coming from Cali, it trips you out to like be like, I'm eating a lobster roll and oysters on the half shell. Like, what? I think that's pretty awesome that you guys are thinking in those ways. And I encourage those that are looking at the comp and the event to go. I mean, I had, I lost my father last year, so I appreciate you reaching out to me at the time, but I just was in a wild headspace and needed time. But I'd love to be a part of it, and in the future. So we'll talk more about that. But yeah, Hunter, man, look, we love you, man. So keep pushing, and just keep doing your thing. It's really great. I love that you're making seeds now. I can't wait to see more of that and more selections, because it takes, like you're saying, like the best grower to me is the guy with like just a few plants that tends to that every day. And that's very hard to be that guy. I'll just be real. And I think you're saying it well. You'll lose to that guy.
I love that he said chemistry is more important than biology. Right?
Yeah, smart kid.
I'm
Right?
a chemist,
I
man.
don't know if it's more important. I don't know if it's more important. I think they're both just intertwined, obviously.
Yeah.
Time out. Kelly wants to get in.
Yeah, I'm not just kidding around. I'm just like thinking that, chemistry or biology is just Mother Nature's chemistry, right? So it's it's all built on each other. It's all built on physics, really, if you think about it, right?
Yeah.
The way that I like to view it is It's the same thing at different scales.
Yeah, well said, man. That's a quote. That should be your
It's
quote
11
right there.
11 on January 11th. 11 11 11 11 right now. Give
One,
thanks.
one, 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 one.
Give thanks.
Much love,
Cheers.
everybody.
Kev, I grew some of that Pakistani landrace that you gave me last time we saw each other in Missouri. I have a tote of that. I never trimmed it up or anything, but it's definitely different than what you typically see.
What would you describe it as? Like what like morphology wise or like explain what do you mean by different? What's
I was actually expecting something short and squat. It was quite the opposite, and this particular plant was grown in probably the least fertile part of the yard, but it still was like 16 feet tall, really lengthy. Uh, it had a very low leaf to calyx ratio,
Hmm.
but it also had really long spacing in between the flower sets. And what I found interesting about this, it wasn't very potent as far as the terpenes, like the way that they represent themselves. It's kind of like a peppery incense. But the actual flavor of the smoke is completely full bodied, and it almost tastes like Nag Champa.
reminds me of Piff a little bit, you know? Like Piff's kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that, where
that's
like you're like, yeah, this is like corner
it
herb, and then
reminded
you
me of
roll it
it
up
like
and
an
you're like,
African
whoa.
haze, which
Yeah.
was really interesting to me because it came from Pakistan.
Well, you know, the thing because I keep going back to this idea of Piff, and I'm like always thinking about it, and I'm like, man, there's like so many different things that were passed around at the time that were called this, and what defines this, and how do we really, how do we know, all the origins of it, and
You,
it's very confusing. I think there's a lot of opinions flying around that say it's this or that, but I'm pretty sure
well,
it's all pretty fucking good, right?
times, and I always smoke on Piff or these African haze varieties, which is I think what most of them are, because they all have like a similarity, although they'll have different expressions of different terpene profiles. They're not all exactly the same. They do have this almost like similar essence, which is more of that like that like perfumey thing
Hmm.
that I get in this right here.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I love like I'm always searching for things that are just totally unassuming. I've been when Earzang started sending me stuff way back, like not way back, maybe 7 years ago or something. I started immediately going through all that stock, and I was finding interesting stuff, but it was very it was very assuming. It was very short and squat. It wasn't like what you expressed, Brandon. Like it wasn't this like it just didn't do this. It had no elongated branches. It was very short and squat. I didn't really find anything that was worth keeping for myself. And I did make some outcrosses, but I didn't find the lines that I ran. It would take a long time to find something worth continuing working with, if that makes sense.
I
That's
grew uh I grew the Pakistani from crickets and cicada, the Peshawar open population pollination.
Yeah.
And kind of piney, cherry, very green plant, tall plant, and made a couple crosses, but I phased it out just because there's so much other stuff, but and the library's at about 300 right now, and I just kind of gotta choose what I can keep and what I can't keep because I'm limited to space. But I have grown various, quote unquote land races, and they're everywhere depending on who you source them from, Trident Seeds, Inoculate the West, Landrace Mafia, a person personal sending it to you. We're talking about Guam earlier. They sent me some stuff from Saipan way back, and that stuff was super intersex, and hermaphrodite tendencies. It was very piney, we might say like a Jack type strain, and they're everywhere. Like I grown Landrace Mafia, the faction. I've met them in Barcelona, and they gave me like Hopar Valley and this and that, and I brought it back. And like you guys are saying, I'm thinking I'm gonna get some squat Afghan Bubba type strain. Nope, complete opposite. Tall, piney, like so. It's just like, and then I've grown stuff from Inoculate the West, who's a sorcerer, probably like a second party, third party sorcerer, and he gave me like Balk and Mazar and Tarkush Khan and Cash and all these regions, and I just kind of just skimmed through them really fast, and those were more up the rubbery, earthy, dirty aromas as opposed to everything else, right? So it's all like who, like I just take it from who I got it from, and I hate to like respectfully with a grain of salt. I take it, figuratively, and I just kind of take it for what it is and push it forward for what it was, and I never try to make it more than what it actually is on a physical level when I hold it and smell it and sometimes smoke it. But yeah, that's my experience with Pakistanis, and even we were talking about Guam and regions on that side. I went to Guam to go judge a cup, and there's magnificent growers and hash makers there, and they're like, you know, the crowd that I was in to go judge because I was invited. They didn't really care for the landrace stuff, They're like, dude, we need rainbow belts. Like, we don't care. We need honey banana and rainbow belts, and it's like, it kind of hurts, but every you'll find a person here and there that hyper focuses on that type of stuff, but they're hard to find, and that's why I love it, man. Genetics are fun, but yeah, just wanted to touch on land races and Pakistanis and crickets and cicada. I grew there at Peshawar, Pakistani open population. I grew the African haze from Bronson Farms. He sent me his cut. That one was really nice. I've grown Cuban black haze. They sent me the cut back in 2018, and I've been pushing that line forward till this day. I still make seeds with it, and I grew a couple hybrids of it. I grew like 6 packs, popped every seed, filled up the beds, like did a really killer job on them. And yeah, I'm very, very in tune with the PIF, even from the West Coast, LA, South Central kid. Like I'm very in tune with the PIF, and it's actually making a ripple in the connoisseur, heady crowd. Like I'm talking about the vanity crowd, almost respectfully, like they are taking a tune to the PIF aromas, like Doja's platforming it, and he's probably like the pinnacle as far as other factions are concerned. And they're like, oh, check out this Haley's comment. I was talking down on the haze, but not all haze is the same. And this is more of a frank incense, sandalwood, myrrh type of haze as opposed to like a piney type of haze. And yeah, like it's getting traction. And to me, it's all like, told you so, like everything's great for what it is, and everyone's quick to disregard a variety. And if it didn't exist, even Blue Dream, I would be wanting it that much more tomorrow. But like, I don't disregard a strain as much as I might kid around, like all these land races. I don't know why I grow them. And this pine, oh no, please don't give me no pine. But as much as I might joke about it, I love them all. And I love to grow them more than I love to smoke them sometimes. And that's just my relationship with breeding and seed making, or whatever you might want to call it.
Well, it shows, man. Like the things that you're doing is, you're going head first into passion, and you're thinking about it in dynamic ways, like the way you're speaking about PIF. PIF was like the fabric of like my growing up. Like it was just the same as sour. It was just like PIF or sour. What do you want? In New York City. So it was these, when you're thinking about growing things and looking at your library that you have specifically Masonic, like you've got a lot of like I see you even didn't you have a Tom Hill haze like just hanging
I
in the
have it. I
background
have
somewhere?
it. It's there right now.
It's like hanging.
It's literally there. It's
Like I love
F3
that. You're just like, yeah,
crickets.
it's just like, I don't know, it's in somewhere back here. Let me grab it. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
But that's amazing. It's, like I said, that's the beat maker scene. You're like, I got that somewhere in a folder. Oh, there it is. And I think that's really cool that you're able to find that niche for yourself. And back to the PIF, someone mentioned in the comments, it's a general flavor profile in it's not a singular plant, and I think that's one thing that
Yeah.
should be said out loud for those that are listening, so they understand that PIF is not a singular plant. There's many plants that make up that kind of flavor profile. So yeah,
It
but
started as one though,
it did.
right?
It
There's an
totally did. I was just
inception
thinking that
point.
in
There's
my head.
always
I
an
was like, and
inception point.
what do you think that was though? Like like what do you think that one plant was in your opinion?
They call it like the Cuban black haze, but I think that what you had was because it matches chronologically the release of haze genes.
Yeah.
And so I think that almost all this stuff is really, Indian, Thai, Mexican, Colombians.
Smells like
And
Thai
then
to
what we
me.
did is we added Afghani, Pakistani into it to bring the time down because we're obsessed with more efficient. And you can maintain the profile. What's up, baby? Oh, I love it. Look at that. Wow.
I got the tooth fairy.
I love it. 2 fairy coins.
I lost it.
So you can maintain the profile, but I don't think, and I haven't experienced it yet. I don't care how many people tell me. When you start to chop the time out, you start to chop out certain components of the high.
100%.
Right? Like it just is. I don't care how you bend it or how much you add to reduce. Yes, it's close, but it's never that upper limit. So it just comes down to what an individual wants. But I just don't see it. I don't see people taking 110 and turn it into 70 and telling me it's the same as 110.
What do you think?
You know what's interesting that you say that? I got to fire back a little bit because it's in my personal experience, and I've smoked, I've grown out ties and landrace and this and that, and I've grown long flowering varieties, and they do not affect me any differently than shorter flowering time variety that has maybe similar profile. Like I've smoked varieties that people are like, oh yeah, this has it has no ceiling on the high. It's gonna be more psychedelic and this and that, and I don't experience that. I mean, on like the way that I experience, there's either it's gonna be kind of either sedative for me, where it's like, oh, I get drowsy and I can go to sleep, or it's stony, where it's like head stony. And most of the stuff that I smoke is more like on the head high type, stone. But I've never experienced either something that somebody's given to me or that I've personally grown myself, long flowering varieties that had an effect that was so dissimilar to what I was used to.
Yeah.
And I'm smoking some. I think this is like 112 day haze right now. So it's an A5 Band-Aid hybrid. My friend Andrew did up in Oregon, and he brought me a sack of it. And it's clear. I just don't get the clarity when I compress it. And I'm not saying that it means it's right for everyone, but for the way my body responds to it, the clarity of that longer flowering, it holds me, it keeps me satiated longer. I don't want to smoke again as quickly.
Yeah, the hazes tend to do that. One thing that I wanted to mention here is that absolutely, out of all of our 30 years of breeding, the strains that have absolutely been the varietals, the varieties, the individuals, that's what Ryan wants to hear. The individuals that have absolutely been the highest quality without a doubt is the ones that we're sharing. It's the seeds that go all the way to Maine, that go then all the way up to Alaska. And then all of the people who are holding on to either a cut or a seed, they're revering it. They get it in the mail, and it's just like they call you immediately, dude, I got them in the mail, and everybody's all excited. And then that seed then is grown out for a whole season. And then then that person is like, oh man, I know that I want to get it into Jersey of all places. I know this great place. And then they get the seeds, and then it's like becomes some 5-year project. And then Indiana. And every person that gets it only wants to make it better in the environment that they're at. And that hype and that feeling and that connection and that vibration and frequency to the seed, I can definitely say after all of these years, the ones that have held the strongest and the truest and the ones that I always want to smoke and always want to go for are the ones that have had many breeders that we know and love, soil, hands on it.
I was just going to say on the Masonic, what he was talking about, another person to shout out in California is Michael Cagu from Coastal Seeds in Santa Cruz. He has a ton of really amazing old genetics and grows them out in his yard and has for years and stuff. He has
Passion beyond passion.
super fun stuff going
Legend.
on. Yeah.
I love having these guys in my life because the problem is that it's all our history is oral, right? Because anything was recorded, you were risking all kinds of, what do they call it? Indicia. That's the correct term for it in terms of legal shit. Indicia was found. And having the ability to talk to these people, I love having the relationships with them, with Jim, Mel Frank, and Seattle Greg, and Coastal. I'm 60, right? And so being able to touch the people that are 80, it's just critical so that you at least can understand the mindset, its approach, and how they viewed it. And it lets us kind of transfer an appreciation. Otherwise, it gets lost and it doesn't influence people. Not everyone has to care about what I care about. That's not important to me. It's just that if I can hold some information and I can transfer to those that do find value, you become that link in a chain of what I call cannabis culture. It's appreciation. And like we were talking about, Masonic was talking about all those regions. What tripped me out about Afghanistan, Pakistan is that the region has an impact. It has its own terroir, but it's not a variety. They all share genes, and genes are moving all over constantly, right? So, I mean, I got partners that are Iranian that go into Afghanistan to cultivate and then go back to Iran to live. And they're constantly, genes are moving back and forth. And each village I talked to in Pakistan, I asked them, is this your line? And they said, no, we constantly share with each other so that we're always improving the quality of the product. And so you have to think of those names as more an impact from an area if you wanted to buy a finished product, more than it's unique to that situation. Each farm will have subtleties. It'll pick up influences from soil. It'll pick up influences from native plants. So you'll see the plant responding to the environment. So when you pick it up, you're seeing the response. But what I learned was when you regrow that plant, we're not having the same stimuli to create that metabolic response. We create our own.
You know, it's funny when he was bringing up the regions, you bring up Iran or Iranian stuff. The best stuff I've ever ran was literally from Iran, like literally the best, because it was selected. And it was, like you said, it wasn't necessarily from Iran, but it came from the person that sent it to me, you know, collected it from an Iranian collector. And, you know, it just had the best, but it had the best resin. It was unbelievable. I still have the seeds. I still have a bunch of them. So
when I went to Mexico recently to visit my uncles, turns out they're farmers of pot. I found out recently, and they've been doing it for a while. I'm all like, you guys got any like regional stuff? They're like, dude, we want what you guys have, and the only shit that we have is some stuff we call la cherry, which is the cherry. And they gave me some, and it reminded me like it had like floral qualities, you know, like not as much pop as our modern day aromas, you know, not a gas, just like a very floral, perfumey variety. And it was like a little lackluster, but I enjoyed it, you know, when in Rome, and I smoked it, and yeah, I could imagine that being the case in a lot of places where it's all like, yeah, like we don't really like our regional stuff. We want to grow, I hate to say it, but like purple weed and stuff like that, you know, because of Instagram, and everybody has Instagram now. Like back to the thing that Kevin was talking about earlier, like it's everywhere. So that's why you don't see when I went on a personal level, they didn't have something that I was looking for. I was looking for something like, oh, we've had this since you were a baby, you know, like, nope. Now we got La Cherry and we're looking for LCG. And it was like, oh, that's the story. I could imagine that being a reoccurring theme all around the world.
Mexico's got a phenomenal culture of smoking, though. Like we're talking, you know, Asia, it's more hash culture that we kind of bastardized into smoking culture. We took the plants, but we didn't take the production of hash until 35 years later. Right? Like when the hash culture developed, it uses that location as its primary source to extract from. But we took hash plants that aren't meant to be smoked as flower, and we smoked them and grew them as flower because it fit the American consumption model. But the American consumption model is really Mexican, where that's who we got our most influence from. When they came in back into the US in like 1910, they brought with them marijuana, the culture, and we adopted that form. And there's collectors in Mexico. I got a guy named Brian that I talk to all the time, and he's been in Mexico for probably 30 plus years, but he might have 40 different lines that he collected throughout the entire country that reflect regional specificity and genes that have been sitting there. I mean, Cortez is the one that brought the hemp into Mexico, right? So you're talking 500 years of acclimatized development, selection, and a culture that likes to smoke. And I think that in the dream world we live in of herb, if each country could do some sense of preservation, then what you would be able to develop is really the experience you want, because so much of the work that we think is subpar because post-harvest handling, right? That's the difference. That's what we have different. We have an ability with technology to do stuff that none of these countries can in terms of production, where cannabis was really sourced. I was working in Colombia, same deal, the Americas, Asia. They just don't have the resources that we use to create the product that's current today. But the ability to work on what they do have the ability to do and refine the process would allow us to go to Mexico and experience stuff from Oaxaca, stuff from regions down, next to Panama, when you're getting down into that lower area, about like 13 latitude. So, Mexico's, 30 to 13. It's got a strip that's unreal. And it's the same with Pakistan, where you looked at the product and you're like, man, I wish we could have somebody come in and just do an extraction using modern technology so that we could see what it looks like from our perspective, because that's what we're most accustomed to now.
Yeah, no, I think you're bringing up some really valid stuff. I know Rob Clark brought this up many times. I mean, he said this to me when Mojave and him visited my lab in California when I had it in Van Nuys. It was, he mentioned that he's like, you have to remember, man, like they just put this stuff outside and then they let it age and they age and they age, and then they bring it, once it's minus, below 32, they bring it into the inside, and that's when they start, breaking it up and breaking it down. So for us, it's the moment it's made, it's being preserved, and we're thinking about these, the foresight begins, right? We're thinking about what does the chain of events happen and need to happen therefore after. And that's kind of, that's a kind of a Western ideology that we've kind of imposed on the rest of the world by showing what happens when you take preservation techniques to a product or just a plant like this. It'd be really interesting to adapt, to your point, some of these techniques to actually create some of those products, properly. Like, could we age the resin in a way before on the plant to make a temple ball, for instance? I don't know if we'd get through testing, but we could try it.
Totally.
You know what I mean? And trying to find what could actually work in the construct of rules and regs, because that's another ceiling that again, that ideology doesn't have to deal with.
We also believe that the profiles we choose are right. Yeah. Like inherently, you're always centric to what your desires are, right? And so when I was, it tripped me out, because when I was talking to a Pakistani farmer, he was like, we don't like gas profiles. And I said, that's so ironic, because this is where they come from. He said, I know, but we don't like it because it gets us too befuddled and it makes us not as sure-footed. And they're living on the side of a mountain. Like, until you explore that area, you don't quite catch what the phrase verticality implies. And they were so honest. They said, if we get that high, we'll fall off the hill and die. So we tone back our product so that it gives us more of a warm blanket feeling, where for us in the States, like, we want to be basically blasted from that product. And that's what you get from capturing all the metabolites in that preserved form. So part of it is adjusting the impact of the product to the desire of the people in the region. And that's where it's hard for people here to understand why they do what they do, because we only understand it from our perspective. So, I mean, it's funny, but every time I go someplace, I realize how undereducated I am. And I think that that's the joy, is that you find out that you really don't know much at all. And that if you just show up and shut up, you'll get a good education.
No, that's wise words, my man. Wise
I love
words.
that. And I really think that language is super important when we're talking, of course, Kev, I really feel like it's half of it. The curation of it is curating it all the way through. When we use the word cure or curation, we're actually curating a seed all the way through to a flower and an experience. We're curating it. And when we use the word, I'm going to be drying my crop, if you're just drying your crop, then that's not going to be the experience that you're looking for, because in actuality it's a fermentation. That's what's happening. Every time that we are curing our plants, we're fermenting them. It's a fermentation, and I would love for the community to utilize that word more when they cut down their plants, that the fermentation process has started, not just the curing process or the drying process, because then we can look at it.
Gaseous.
We can look at it as far as the trichomes, and then where the leaves touch the trichomes, and then where the leaves hit the stem. All of that fermentation, off gases, adds and subtracts different microbiology that creates
Metabolizes
different type of
and lipids.
Metabolizes everything. And
oil.
Depending on your fermentation really has to do with what type of microbiology that you've curated during the entire process. Is what is going to, I really notice every single year, no matter what, it never fails that no matter, we always usually grow about 80 different varietals. And within that, maybe out of those 80 different varietals, we'll grow maybe 30 large individuals of those each varietals. And we'll grow all different types, everything. But no matter what, one year everything is going to be pulling all of the fruity out of every single one of those individuals. And then the next year,
as an
overlay of everything, all of a sudden it's going to pull out all of the skunky. So if there's any skunk in the lineage of those particular plants, every single one of our greenhouses are going to sort of have a skunky smell or an earthy smell. And I really wonder if the curation of the environment, of the temperature, of the humidity, of the soil, of our weather, really adds to what type of terpene, flavor, experience that we're going to get. Of course, they're all going to be individuals and they're all different, but guaranteed every year, one particular tone is going to take over the garden. And I feel like that has to do with the curation and then ending in the fermentation that is naturally happening because of that year. It could even be our energy. Who the heck knows? But I would love to hear from you all sort of this experience and expression of
I think just real quick, I think it's an earth bloom. I think that just like there's pollen in the air, there's like blooms, that meaning like some years there's more lobster mushrooms, sometimes there's tons of chanterelles, sometimes because there's like just a bloom going on. It's like just bam, so sometimes there's more elk and more, who knows, but and in that the flavor changes. And that's why the bioregion and the terroir and the Appalachia is so dope and fun and cool to work with. So go ahead, like, what do you guys think about it?
It's funny you say that because I can totally there's a reoccurring terp amongst even different varieties from stuff I've grown multiple times. Like I got this honey banana granddaddy gorilla that the first time I grew it didn't necessarily give me the terp that I picked up more constantly. And I'm over here like, is it the water? Is it am I doing something wrong? But no, I like it. It can't be wrong. I like it. And this aroma that I'm getting, from it'll be two completely different varieties. It's like this yeasty beer. It's like a good thing though, and I like it. It's like it's rotten, it's funky, and it's nasty. And I'm like, maybe it's because I look at my backyard. I've been growing there for like 10 years now. It's like the whole backyard's a pot because it's all dirt and the chickens rummage and it's just free for all. Plants, we throw them down. We just throw them down. Who cares? We wash hash, we throw it on the floor. Everything on the floor. Just leave it on the floor. And yeah, I get this reoccurring thing in my aroma amongst multiple varieties, and it's that yeasty, nasty beer that I like. I'm into it. And I see it a lot in my garden. And it's funny you say it because I feel like a crazy person when I'm showing people in my garden. I'm like, yo, smell this. Do you smell it? It's like a beer can. And they're just like, it is. And I'm just like, and then I'll show them another variety, and it's like that one too. It has the thing. And I think it's something, maybe it's my water source, maybe it's a collection of everything, the pressures and everything. But yeah, on just like an observation level, yeah, I can see that being a thing in my things that I grow for sure.
I was just posting in chat. We need a scent library, right? Because everybody's referencing these different scents and these things that they
Well, we have
remember, right? So if they were able to get, Kevin Jodfrey and others to, start setting these profiles,
no, but
somehow.
there is one. It's called a gas chromatograph, right?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
that's
Well,
the
that's what we
thing is
tested on,
that
right?
look, there's this thing we go by, and it's if you don't measure it, you can't manage it, right? Like if you're not like it's people. Somebody said it in chat earlier. How much of us thinking back about the old seeds is really how good they are, and how much of it is nostalgia, right? And part of enjoyment of a product is like, sure, it's the product itself, but it's like we said, Kelly, the other day, it's set and setting, right? And I think that you're very in tune with those, what I consider like anthropology threads that run through this thing we're doing. And a lot of people confuse that with breeding and the genetics because they intertwine the seeds themselves with the guy that they got them from, right? So there's this emotional attachment to the seeds. And with the way that I do things, just being so focused and driven on based on science, like it's been interesting listening to this conversation because I have like a real background in genetics and molecular genetics and population genetics. And so I hear some of the things that you guys are talking about, and I think, oh, that's very easily explained by like X, Y, or Z. And you guys are attributing all these other like kind of like anthropological reasons for it happening to the story, right? To the plant, to the understanding. So
Well, I think Ryan, the one thing I think to bring an analogy to it, they're much like music, right? Because you're a musician, you can understand this. The song, like let's just take Miles Davis. His kind of blue is still the same as it is from 19 when he wrote it, right? The genetics are very similar, right? But it's like you said, it's environment. Are you listening to it on a vinyl, sitting on a couch with the fireplace rolling?
well, and
Maybe.
it's
Or are you
I
outside
get
like free running and you're like smoking a joint and you're all hyped up about stuff? To your point, yes, I think environment influences how you feel emotionally towards something, but it's still there and it is great, right?
no,
And I think we've seen
absolutely,
that
it's a
with
real
certain
thing, and I'm not
genetics.
discounting it. Like I was saying on this podcast this week, there's a thing about like there's something we call the breeder's equation in plant breeding, okay? And essentially it measures variation in any given trait.
Mhm.
And part of that variability can be described or can be ascribed to genetics, but part of it is due to environment, right? And we all know that G by E, like the genetics by environmental interaction, like phenotype is the result of genetics plus environment, right? And it's especially interesting for me with Kelly and Josh, having gone and spent some time in their farm and see how they do things, that they have this really abnormal, in a good way, environment. Like it's people, I don't think, I certainly didn't understand, but I would bet most people don't understand the level of biodynamic integration into their whole production system, right? Like it's next level biology. I mean, you hear it with Kelly, the way she was talking about feeding the plants, right? It's like she's feeding the plants and that are being broken down by nature. So you have a different level of bioavailability than supplementing with, all these things that we supplement with, right? Like, minerals and rock sources and whatever else, whatever manures from commercial farms. So they're like, when you look at their garden and their phenotype, it's incredibly influenced by the environment in a way that's like totally well off the scale for I think what most people are doing. Like I don't think people can really understand the and that's why like the hash is winning competitions, right? Like I was smoking the hash this summer. It's fantastic. Right? It's next level. I would love to have like a research station set up at their farm though, so that you could measure all the stuff that they're talking about. And that's the one thing. It's not a criticism of Josh and Kelly. It's something that everybody in the cannabis community does because it's expensive. We start trying to like project our own reasons for why things are happening onto the plants, and I think even ignoring things that we could be directly measuring, like terpene profiles, right? Like gas chromatograph, like with the gas chromatograph, or all these other volatiles. Now that's expensive, right? Like luckily we have these tools that show up now, like the Valenveris IR machine, right? That's quite good at analyzing THC. We need something portable and cheap and high throughput to do terps, right? And volatile analysis of plants, because that's really what they're talking about, right? Is like, you know, I said this, I've said this many times. I don't know if some of you guys probably recognize it, but scent is an orchestra, right? Like it's not just the terps, it's the terps plus the esters layer plus the thiols, and all of that stuff is really highly invested by not only like, I mean, somebody was talking about sulfur deficiency earlier on in the episode. If you have sulfur deficiency, you're not going to have like a lot of the high prevalence of the thiols. They're sulfur based, right? Terpene synthase is part of the enzyme. The way it works is it has to have a magnesium cofactor, right? So there has to be enough like iron available, or not iron, sorry, magnesium available in the plant, that it's not a limiting factor on this, like it's not like a rate limiting influence on this enzyme, like ability to synthesize terps, right? So there's like a ton of science going on. And I love the passion that you guys have when you're talking about like the breeding and the seed making. And it was incredibly humbling to hear. I think here was Hunter talking about, or maybe it was Brandon talking about like the first years making seeds and recognizing that it's not all what it could be, right? But you can do like real plant breeding is not out of the reach of any of you guys, right? It's just that a lot of you don't have the tools and the basic biology to understand like some of these really basic things that explain a lot of what you're seeing. And those things are tools that you can like harness to make a breeding program. It's funny, I've been going down this road pretty deep the last week trying to explain it, because Kevin asked me to speak on a conference up in Vancouver on like 19th and 20th. And so I'm going to do a genetics presentation and kind of going through like a breeding program and like, you know, like showing the things that we can control, right?
Yeah,
And the things that we focus.
so
But the whole
Ryan,
basis
like
of it is
question for you, like just to continue like your thoughts on this, like you know, what are some things people can be doing at home to help them better understand the ground underneath them when they're looking to actually breed, you know, like to not
and
just make
that's
seeds,
the
but
thing.
actually like what can we do to further align in a direction? So, because I think it's a good opportunity for you to
Well, that's the
express
thing,
it.
bro. It's like I can't give an answer in even 5-10 minutes, right?
I
Like
know,
it's such a
but
large topic that I think
yeah.
the you know, when I see the hunger from the community, it's not enough. It's not. It's like I can't just sit back and bitch and say I don't wish people were doing better if I'm not going to show them how to do better,
They can
right?
get the
So
Valenveris machine, like you said. That's something you could like retell people. Like it's semi-expensive, but if there was someone at home that didn't have a large connection, they could get something like that. And
right, but I mean, there's the tools that you need to make plant breeding better isn't the Valenveris. Valenveris is a technology. What you need is the knowledge and the understanding of how plant breeding and chromosomes and meiosis work, right? And so, like, that's something that I can teach you guys as a community,
we
right?
need community then. That's why we need each other.
Yeah,
Because
well,
we don't
I
all
mean,
know, we don't know
That's
it
why
all.
we're here, Ryan.
when I see the passion, when I see the passion, like the thing that's missing is the fuck. I'm going to take enough time to figure this thing out, right, and understand how it works. And that's where, as you know, and I'm not talking about anybody in specific, but that's where, as a community, the cannabis community fails, right? It's like, you know, I'm also part of, like, you know, Colin was saying, like, I'm a musician, so I'm part of a music company or community, and in that musical community, the passion is always to get better, always to do better, and very often that's not in the cannabis community, right? Like everybody's ready to just sit back and be like, I know how to do it. This is the way I do it.
So Ryan,
Right.
would you say like most people don't? I get because I don't disagree with you at all. I feel like one thing I say often is in hindsight, I wish people said I don't know more than they said I know. That's just I just wish they would be honest and say I just don't know.
Well,
Rather
and that was
than
what
being
was
like,
refreshing
well,
here. And
we could do all this stuff and spend all this money and end up nowhere, right? Like
you don't need to spend money to do these things. That's the beauty of it. It's like, it's just a matter of growing plants, keeping notes, and using your mind, right at the end of the crop. And like I said, like, you know, I don't know if it was, again, sorry, my apology. I don't know if it was Hunter or Brandon that was saying this earlier about the first year seeds. That's the perfect time to learn this shit, right? Is because it's like you're getting going and you want to understand what you're doing. And so, you know, what I've been trying to do, and I think I need to do a little bit more clearly, is teach people the basics of these biology basics. Like, Colin, you've read my thing on back crossing going back like 25.
yeah, 100%, dude. I mean,
That was 25
yeah.
years ago. But it's like, you know, I want to give, like, the reason for doing that is because I want people to understand the why, right? And so, like, I have to take the time to give you guys the why, and there's such a request for it when I go into the chat on Hash Church. It's like, I got to start doing like a weekly show of like an hour. You know, maybe Marcos will let me use his channel and do like a breeding show every hour or 2 hours, maybe following church or something, so that we can start learning some of these basic concepts. And I give you guys the tools to just do it on just a much higher level. Sorry, an additional layer that you're already doing it, right? That you can incorporate into the way you do things, because it's like, you know, Josh and Kelly, they have this massive opportunity to be doing things, and they're finding incredible plants. Like, you know, I put in this presentation this plant that they had identified and unfortunately lost, but it was like a 1 in a billion plant, right? Like, it was a really unique thing. And that's part of like having the tools, is to be able to capture those things, or like capture the genes for those things before the plant goes off into the universe. Because we all die, right? Everything expires in time unless you pass it around forever. But, you know,
it's like
the clone thing we were talking about in the chat. It's like everybody's going around trying to collect all these clones, and it's like, guys, you're better off getting 100 S1s and growing those, because you can find something better than that clone, right? You can find the next iteration of that thing, and instead everybody ends up chasing the same thing so that they can have the thing that the cool kids have, and we end up foregoing all. We're not continuing the furtherance of going down the path, right? But everybody wants to have the XYZ clone so that they can make more money off of it, right? And, you know, unfortunately, that leads to like this monocropping kind of mentality where everybody's growing the same thing.
Well, I think monocropping is a result of what the demand of a singular jar having everything be the same in it. I mean,
COA costs too, though.
Did you see that thing this week of the most sold flowers in Canada, in California? I think it was like Blue Dream was like 85% of the sale.
Oh yeah. I mean, like double the next layer.
Well,
in concentrate, in flower and pre-roll. Yeah, Blue Dream's still crushing it.
But we have to remind ourselves that like we have a real issue in our industry, and I got to call this out, because the data is like Swiss cheese. Because as like this, say I'm a buyer for like X brand, they're like, Colin, we need to move X amount of pieces, and I go to my guys, I'm like, hey farms, like I need X, and one dude's like, yo, I got this, and then I got this, and this is on sale, and I'll give you this for X amount of dollars. And I got like, instead of 50 pounds of it, I got like 500 pounds of it, bro. So why don't I sell it to you for like this as little as possible, and then you can put it into your brand and sell it for as little as possible, and then the data is going to go like this, and then we're all going to read the data and believe that Blue Dream is the highest selling product. Meanwhile, this guy had a deal with the farm, secured the material, ran it all the way up on the retail side, and they made everybody believe in the market that Blue Dream's number one. And that literally, I've watched this happen over the past decade. I've lived it. I was like, yo, why are we doing this? And I think that that skews data because we can go to the lab and say, I know that says that that's Blue Zushi, but I need that to say Blue Dream right now. And they're like, cool, man, whatever. Done. And now all of a sudden I have Blue Dream out the yin yang yu, and everyone thinks it's Blue Dream because I needed to make numbers happen. And I have to say this out loud because everyone needs to understand that that truly happens every single day.
Oh, of course it does.
It gotta stop.
Yeah, it happens up here too. You know, in Germany, you have to register a cultivar before you can sell it on the market, and part of it is because they talk about like sterilizing using like IR or not. Whatever, some of these like, you know, high intensive energy radiation, methods.
Yeah, the rad machines. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that can degrade terps, and therefore, if it degrades them, it's changing them into other plants, right? So what they do is they do these fingerprints of the plant. You have to register the plant with the authority before you can sell it, and that process takes like 3 months. But you know, in the process, you're doing a fingerprint of the plant. Right?
That's really cool. That I felt like that was what Phylos was kind of trying to do in the very beginning, and Canopedia kind of tries to do now. I wonder, in your opinion, Kevin, and maybe even Ryan, like, do you guys believe that that type of prior art, if you will, or whatever you want to call the certificate, is that enough to keep people honest, or is there still wiggle room to like do what I explained?
Listen, I don't think that it's a plant IP thing, but I look at the future in terms of all production as like a blockchain thing, right? Like inevitably, all inventory systems move to blockchain, and that allows you to have like verifiability along the process. And sure, people are going to manipulate it and try to like, we'll just put in a couple of buds of Blue Dream to analyze so we can pass off our stuff. But, like nobody, like for example, nobody counterfeits the Macintosh Apple, right? Like if you want a Macintosh Apple, if you go into a shop in Amsterdam or like California or like Ontario or France, like it doesn't matter. It's the same fucking Apple. Do we get there, cannabis? Who knows? Like I can't actually say. It feels like my impression of the market is that there's this unfortunate, like what actually amounts to like an unrealistic demand for novelty, right? Like the public wants the new news at an actually an unreasonable rate because it's like you can't do R&D that fast, right? To be keeping up and iterating. Everybody just wants the new thing. And I think maybe that has more to do with the fact that like if you smoke the same thing over and over, you get used to it. We've all noticed that. Right. And that's why you want to have like a library of things like, a chest of drawers that you can dip into. I want some of this for this effect and some of this for this effect. And that way you're always kind of rotating up the THC plus all these other chemicals. I think you get used to a specific chemistry if you puff it over and over and over again.
One thing that I wanted to say to just that's just so interesting is that, there's two different modalities going on here that I see is that we're dealing with this plant. It is also a huge part of the discussion. And then we've sort of got the way that we describe it, the way that we look at it as humans. So we've got two different things going on. We've got the plant going on, and we've got the human going on. And the human needs, and no matter what you place on the table as tools, whether you're going to throw your tarot cards on the table, or you're going to throw your gas chromatography on the table, or whatever science that you're going to throw on the table, it's all an explanation for the human mind. But yet the plant just keeps going. And so the question, that you said earlier, Ryan, was, are we benefiting, the plant by not being able to describe it, or you know, or guide it or get the data for it. You know, the human mind needs the data, but the plant is just moving. And the plant continues to get whatever we throw at it, no matter how we describe it.
The plant
and I
isn't
just wanted to say, it doesn't, all of the tools, all of the modalities are important because the plant just keeps moving forward. And on the last episode, we were talking about how the plant has been moving with us. Are we rising the plant up? Is it a better way? But it continues to show up because we've brought it there and it's brought us there. We're working together with it. And I just think that it's really interesting, like how much we care and are we really pushing this plant forward? Well, of course we are.
We're saying the same thing, Kelly, but we're
We
looking
totally
at
are.
it in a different
We're
perspective.
saying exactly the same.
Well, like to me, there is no plant. There's this like amorphous, continually varying species.
Sure.
Okay, and
that sometimes
the most incredible thing about this species is not only the genetic variation but the chemical variation. The genetic variation leads to the chemical variation, right? And the way that we recombine and mix it and match it gives it all the scents and flavors. What I'm saying though is that it's like, you know, we were talking, it's the same conversation that we were having about selfing. Like, you know, you guys are by nature of the way that you are, you're continually outcrossing, right? You're against, like Josh is, you know, like you guys are kind of against selfing. It's okay to say it, right? It's like, it's not the way that you guys do.
It's a tool that people use that we don't really like. Yeah, you're right.
Right. But, and again, I'm not making a judgment about it. there's no judgment there about that. Like, so it's just that the selfing tool allows us to go down a path and explore a depth of the chemistry that you can't get to by outcrossing.
But the point of the whole thing that I was saying is that all of the tools need to be thrown on the table.
Yeah.
All
and that's
of
what
the
it is.
tools
It's
need
about
to be thrown on the table, including because then if we want to rise the plant up for us to be able to push forward particular medicinal compounds, if we're going to want to extract for seizures, if we're going to want to extract,
and that's what I'm saying. Like I made a plant when I was in California. I think I told you about
together.
this. Yeah, I made this plant when I was in California, and I think I might have told you about it, but maybe not. But it was like a non-psychoactive plant, right? Like for most of the people that use cannabis, it would be completely boring. But the idea was to make a plant that was better for the children that have this intractable epilepsy, right? And so it was, you know, I was making a CBDV plant. I was trying to make CBDV plants. And we got far enough down the program that it was like, okay, now what terpene background can I put it in? Right? Like what if we're going to talk entourage effect, you know, or ensemble effect, how can I best create a plant that will be made into oils for kids that have epilepsy, right? And so I ended up going through the literature and doing a big deep dive on terpenes and like the pharmacological effect of terpenes, of specific terpenes, and I figured out that linalool and beta-caryophyllene both have like anticonvulsant and antispasmodic properties. Okay, so I started breeding the CBD plant into a background that had those terpenes, and ended up with, after like a series of generation, ended up with a plant that had CBD, CBDV, and beta-caryophyllene and linalool as the two top terpenes. So, you know, if you extracted it like correctly, you could theoretically capture all those molecules and you'd have like a whole plant extract that was specifically suited to a given medical condition, right? And that's what I mean about like being able to do the measuring all of these compounds, because you guys are doing the work anyway, right? It's like, it's just a matter of a piece going to the lab. But then you know for sure, hey, like you guys wouldn't have lost that Valencine dominant plant, right? Like that would have been something that you guys could have rescued and not only rescued, you could have introduced that to the world, right? Like,
yeah.
It was.
You say you were like, oh, you guys are against selfing, but the truth is that we don't have the capacity to collect the data. to go and make sure that we're doing, getting all of the mothers. There's only so much we can do.
I
And
know,
also,
yeah.
there's only so much that we're good at.
Well,
We
you
have
guys
a
are amazing at
tremendous amount to learn because we're not good at certain layers of this where we really need community. We need those other tools that are thrown on the table because, like I said, when it comes to breeding, I'm going to be throwing the tarot cards, the crystals, and what I like.
We gotta
That's
crystals with
that's
the GL.
yeah, that's how I'm going to throw it on the table. And I'm going to throw my 35 years of experience of reading, but then it needs to be taken to the levels that you have. So for us to be able to maybe work together as breeders in community, just exactly like ATN just said, a library where there was something that was able to collect this data so that we could learn even more.
well, and the
We don't
plants.
have
Like
that capacity.
I was in the last night. I was thinking about. I was designing you guys like a dome in my head that was like essentially a garbage can with a light in it, so that you can like when you cut down a plant, you can put this garbage can over the stump and re-veg the stump without fucking up the light cycle of the other plants that haven't been harvested yet, right?
We're waiting for you.
Yeah,
Can't
we
wait for
need
you
to
to
do that
come.
stuff and find a way to capture those clones because
That's the kind of thinking I want, man, right there. That right there. Like I got an idea you're not thinking of, so we're gonna come up and do it together.
Well, it was listen,
You know?
it's born out of like when Kelly told me about the Valencian dominant plant, I almost panicked that like it was gone or it was potentially gone, right? That those genes were gone. Because it's such a unique thing. Like it was like it's literally like the white whale. You know what I mean? It's like it's the rarest of the rare. And so it was so rare that I'd never ever even heard it described anywhere ever. And I've seen a ton of lab tests and read every scientific article on the planet that mentions the chemicals in cannabis. And to find a Valencian dominant plant is like absolutely unheard of. So, when I think of the possibility of coming across those plants, it's like you have like, and that's David was the same way. It's kind of like this insane Pokemon Go kind of mentality, where it's like you have to collect all of the pieces because from a breeder's mind, these are the tools with which you build other new things, right?
I look at like instruments, dude. It's like
They
you have
are.
to have all the stuff. Otherwise, how are you going to get the sounds that you need to
Well,
make
not only
construct
that,
the
you also need
ideas and
you need the experience too, because as you said,
like
yes, you can have the gas chromatograph breakdown of the genetic, but if we don't have somebody who can recognize and name that as that, this is where I was meaning like having somebody like Kevin and going over that information in the library that it's certified that this reminds me of this particular scent of this. You know what I'm saying? That's
yeah.
what I see
That's the beat
missing.
maker producer relationship, right? Or
You
the
need a
Correct.
musician
chemist.
producer
You need a
relationship,
Right.
right?
chemist
So
Like
we need that
who could
relationship.
sit in
Yeah.
front of that machine and know how to use it. This isn't just something that
Yeah.
is some push button microwave oven kind of thing. This is
Well,
something
that
you need to have skills in analytical chemistry, and you need to have a
When you have
microanalytical
experiences,
balance, and you need to have
yeah.
so Dr. Mark, like do
Listen,
you
you have an
think
experience as a chemist too. Like when you're running these machines, I got to do this a bunch of times, and I did it with David. I know Marcus got to do it with David too. When you're calibrating these machines, you have to calibrate them with the standards, right? So you
yes,
actually have
absolutely, absolutely, yes.
sample vials of these compounds, so that like we would build little kits so that you could pop open like a vial of beta caryophyllene or valencine or whatever terpene you're interested in looking at it,
Yeah.
and you can smell it, and that
Yeah,
way
so
like
you have a certified reference standard that costs a lot of money. It's called a CRM, certified reference material, and it comes from a ISO 17034 certified producer of certified reference materials, and those are places like Aldrich, but places more familiar to cannabis would be like ResTech or Cerilliant. So they sell these things, and they're super expensive. And what you end up doing is you end up creating a calibration curve, right? Because the signal intensity off the chromatograph is directly proportional to the concentration of the material. And so when you look at these calibration curves, you can really understand the limitations of the instrument and how sensitive the instruments are. So it depends on what detector you're using, and most gas chromatography work historically, and I think things that like Sam had, David had in his lab were ones that use something called the FID, which is a flame ionization detector, which is just detecting anything that burns that comes off the column, right? And now those are coupled with a mass spectrometer, which is really cool because now, especially for terpenes, what you can do is look at your mass spectrum, which is how the molecule fragments, kind of like in a magnetic field, or it's super, detailed. But in getting a mass spectrum, now you have a thumbprint of the actual molecule, and most of these things are connected to something that has access to the NIST database. And so in that database, all the major terpenes and terpenoids there's already standards in there. And so you could basically now use that to identify what these phantom peaks are in your gas chromatogram.
Did you see this paper that came out?
Comparing the mass spectrum thumbprint versus, like if you're seeing valencine in there, for example, you would basically get a high percentage hit versus the NIST database. So the thing that I think you're bringing up is that, it is important to be able to associate, the profiles of these varieties that you're looking to breed and propagate. But, at the end of the day, there's a lot that could affect the overall intensity of that signal. Some people swear by something called a headspace measurement. And what a headspace measurement is you're taking a sample and you're heating it up, and the GC is sampling the headspace, which is not unsimilar to what you would be doing if you were just smelling the bud itself. But because there is because there is heat involved in that process, and you're filling those samples in the presence of air, so there's oxygen present. Whenever you get heat and oxygen contacting some of these, especially the most fragile and volatile terpenes, they're going to start oxidizing, and it's going to change the essence. So now there's been more recent work, Ryan, that involve a direct injection sampling. And so what you're doing is you're taking the plant material, you're dissolving it in the solvent, and you're putting that into the GC. The challenge in the GC, to be quite frank, is that these things are so low volatile, or they're so low boiling. You're looking at, like, if you're looking at the cannabinoids, you're looking down in an area in your chromatogram, like maybe 10, maybe my method, it's like 16 minutes into the method. That's where we're seeing the peaks for the cannabinoids, because cannabinoids just don't have the volatility of these terpenes. A lot of these terpenes are so volatile, they come out at what's called the solvent front, which is the first wave of compounds that's coming off of your GC column. So it is a specialized kind of technique and a specialized column and a specialized method to do specific terpene analysis.
Yeah, well, and they're doing, like, did you see this heart cut method that they developed for the files?
Well, yeah, the other thing, and some, I don't know, Ryan, I don't know last time we talked, but there's a GC, so you could run another column, and we call it, GC. Yeah, you could do the MS is what you would do typically, like if you have something called a quadrupole. So in a quadrupole, you have multiple opportunities to do the analysis as the stuff is flying through the vacuum. But the end of the day is that, that's great for like an analytical laboratory or a researcher like me. This is just not practical for most plant production facilities. So like
no,
you
it's
say,
not. But
it would
if
be
you're,
great
again, it's like if you're trying to do the breeding work, again, if you don't measure it, you can't manage it.
Yeah, come
Right?
up
So
with
you,
some pistol grip thing that you could just take to a plant, zap it, and get like a terpene profile.
yeah, we're not
like
there yet.
I think
But
there were
what?
guys
yeah,
out of
well,
Pittsburgh trying to do that.
well, I tell you what, man, like they never used to have handheld XRF. XRF is X-ray fluorescence, and X-ray fluorescence technology is how they determine that there's lead in all the toys coming from China, and I guess there's always been lead in the toys, but they never had the handheld scanners. Now they got the handheld scanners; they can actually do that shit right on the dock and send cartons back to China.
We also didn't used to have like these Valenveris machines, right? Like
Yeah,
we had IR, but we
that's
didn't
right.
have like really accurate IR, or like
That's
at
right.
least
Hey,
close
if
enough.
you know those people, tell them to send me one of those.
Hey, Marcus.
Dude, what's up, Mark?
Dude, I'm in Denver.
That's so sick. Look at you, man. That's so
I'm in
rad.
America.
Welcome to America, my friends. Welcome.
Dude, it's so tripped out. I walked way over here where there's like nobody parked. There's just this one car. And I'm like, I get myself all sorted out, and then the guy gets out of the car and he's just a fully militarized policeman. I was like, am I okay to stand here? He's like, oh yeah, no problem.
Oh,
I was
did
like,
you see the super weird art in the airport?
no, I got the fuck out of the airport right away. I'm not
When
like
you-
here to visit the airport. I know all about the art though. I know
Yeah.
all about it. I used to read David Icke, remember?
That's right, you did.
Did you go in the underground tunnels of the underground tunnel network of the Denver airport?
This is the shape-shifting reptilian home base, isn't it? Isn't that what's going on? Dude, I'm just so glad. Thank you, Colin, for running Hash Church today. Thanks for everyone for popping in. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay, but I got my buddy coming here right away, and I'm going to be dabbing in minutes. I just wanted to pop in and say hi to everyone and be like, I'm in Denver.
Have a great trip, dude.
I want to thank my wife.
Change in the hash
She made it
force.
happen today.
Yeah,
You felt
bravo,
the change
Shar.
in the hash force. Shout out to
I
Shar
felt the change
and Tanner.
in the American hash force that you were here.
Yeah, dude, it's on. It's on. So if anyone's watching and you're in Denver, I'll be at Tetra tomorrow and Tuesday from 4 p.m. till 6:30. Come hit a dab.
Hoist one for Bobby, Marcus.
Oh, dude, we're gonna be going to Boulder tonight. There's an honorarium of Bobby, big Grateful Dead gathering, music, dabs, maybe some
Glad
LSD.
you're getting
I
to
don't
Denver,
know.
bro. That's kind of why I asked you last night. I was like, you getting to Denver, dude? You got to get to Denver. I mean, up to Boulder. You got to go to Boulder. You got to get up to Boulder.
Yes. Well, I've got a couple buddies there who've been trying to get me over there, so we'll see how it goes. But continue on, everyone. Sounded like a great show, and I'll be here listening.
Word.
Love you, Marcus. Take care of yourself. Enjoy Colorado.
Also,
Absolutely, brother.
on that note, I definitely think we could take a dab or a little toke for Bob here. The music.
We should definitely do that.
Just got way better. Up and the other side for sure.
That's what I said, Kelly. Someone was like, I think it was Paul Stamets, or no, maybe it was even Dr. Mark. I can't remember. Someone was like, oh, Bobby's passed away. And I said, well, you know what? We're all sad, but Jerry and Phil are happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now we're just
Imagine-
down to the Rhythm Devils.
Dude,
The
imagine
Rhythm
Jerry
Devils.
waiting for so long. Just waiting.
Right,
Come on, buddy.
man.
Where are you?
Yeah.
We got plenty of drummers up there, though.
Fair
We got
enough.
Plenty of people to jam with. We got Mitch Mitchell up there.
Holy shit. I know.
I think it'll be interesting to see if John Mayer tries to continue some kind of Grateful Dead thing, right? Because I think he got cut in as a partner with Dead and Company. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries to resurrect something. We'll see.
Maybe. Well, I just want to take a moment to thank Kevin for coming on. He's going to jump in a sec. Thanks so much, brother. Really always amazing to talk with you as always. And, hopefully we can have you back on some point. Thanks so much.
Man,
dude.
no, thank you so much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure and it's a privilege.
Yeah, likewise.
It really
man.
is. It's a beautiful community, and it's always kind of overwhelming to be part of it. So thank you.
Well, and Kev will be speaking or doing the moderation or whatever for this Grow Up conference too in Vancouver on the 19th and 20th. So come
Oh,
out if
that's
you're in
right.
BC or get your ass to BC. Marcus
Well, we'll
and I
see you
will be
soon,
there.
Kev.
Yeah, right
we'll
on.
see.
I'm excited, and thanks so much for taking the opportunity. I wanted what I wanted was I wanted Ryan to be able to take somebody through a breeding project. How does a professional breeder look at a project? How do they overcome struggle? How do they deal with issues? And he agreed to give a lecture, and I'm just really excited to hear it. So thank you.
Awesome. That'll be banger.
It's gonna be hot. No, I really did. I was grateful that I got to bring him in because we need you need all the approaches, but you need scientific breeding to be brought into what we do so we understand how to repeat results.
You know, and
100%.
Kev, I wanted to say to you specifically, we were talking about absorbability of nutrients and sort of what reaches the plant and, you know, different modalities of it. I just really wanted to thank you because you really tend to be that bridge, that sort of supplement for the community that's just so easily absorbable. Your information and everything that you give, it's incredibly bioavailable. So I really feel that way, and thank you so much. It's a bestowment of your past and your education that you've received that is just, again, so bioavailable.
Invaluable.
Thank you so much. It was good to see all of you, and happy New Year. May be a kind year ahead for all of us.
Yeah,
Later,
likewise.
Kev.
Thanks, Kevin. Take it easy, brother. Peace, man.
Hey, I have a question for all the breeders in here. That's a really popular topic. I get asked it all the time. But what do you guys look for when you are selecting male plants? Because me myself, I do conventional breeding, and I have pretty much my whole career. And some of the things that I look for, like one of the things that I look for, that's like it's an absolute no-go. If a male pre-flowers in any type of stress condition, like small pots, nutrient deficiencies, bad environments, I never ever use it. That's like one of my number ones. But I'm looking at vigor and structure, things that'll hold itself up. But I want to hear what you guys are selecting for with male plants.
So
I'll
someone
answer
go
if no one
first. I'm
else
still
is
hitting
going
my
to.
thing. I'll jump in a minute.
I'll answer if no one else is going to. But my suggestion would be, if you're using male plants, is actually to not select, right? To keep variation. Males are blind. When you're breeding, you need to be directly selecting for the traits that are of interest to your breeding program, right? Like, there's a difference between making seeds and breeding. Like, if you're just trying to make more seeds, you can kind of do whatever. But if you're breeding, you're trying to be selecting. You're working a goal, right? Like, every breeding program should start out with a goal. Like, what am I trying to do in this series of crosses, right? So within that goal, you have to be making choice for a specific set of traits. And males are, because we're so focused on the females of the species, the males carry those traits, but they don't really show them. So you're kind of like taking a lottery if you're trying to like breed through inference of the presence of other traits.
Yeah.
Right? And so the way that typically they do outcrossing species like cannabis is you let the female or that one side of the cross guide your population, but you want to preserve the genetic variability using the males, right? Like, if you're choosing blind, odds are like 50% chance that you're going to be picking the wrong one, right? And so the way in that kind of scenario, you're going backwards if you're selecting the wrong male, right? So you're better off selecting a whole bunch of males and mixing their pollen, and then over generations be selecting for the traits of interest on the females.
Yeah.
It's one of the things I
Using
really
that
love.
same pollen from that year type thing.
No.
Each year mixing the pollen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you can directly select for the traits of interest on the females. You can't do that on the male.
You know,
right?
Ryan, one
One
thing
of
you're
the
bringing up, I think, is important for everyone to because it's interesting. You're so right. It's this isn't just unless it truly is just like this great experiment, right? Then you really need to ask some really non-negotiable things to yourself and put those down and say, I'm going to go after that, right? To your point,
Well, and that's
right?
like that's the difference between making seeds and breeding,
No,
right?
totally.
And
And that's why
yeah,
I want to talk just like kind of put a pin on this for a second, like talk about it because like in process, right? Let's just talk about process, whatever medium it might be. Without an end result, it is literally exploration.
yeah.
Like music, same thing. It does not matter. And yes, you sometimes you can be so skilled where you can play in music and make songs up and be like Keith, um, Willerton and just be brilliant like that. But if you don't set goals and you don't actually go after them and you go off on these tangents, and sure, there's like that takes real discipline to not go off on a tangent when you find something magical within a set of parameters that you set, right, Ryan? Like to your point. And that discipline is not really there in the medium right now. Like there's some people that are starting to do these things that they're like, these are non-negotiable. We just go after these traits. But to your point, yes, I would agree that it often goes in all these different directions. Now, I want to highlight that in my personal opinion, I don't think there's any wrong because I've seen amazing plants come from both of these
100%.
call it like ideologies. But I think it's interesting if you're gonna I'd like to see some discipline put into some exploration sometimes and see what happens, right? It's like taking a really great musician and being like, all right, man, we're going to structure this and see what happens. And most of the time they come out with some really beautiful, amazing stuff, hence the Grateful Dead,
Well,
right?
I
and
could
there's
talk.
Once
there's
they
things.
got into the studio, it was like, huh,
Well, and it's
whoa.
not only they get into the studio, it's like again, I agree with you. Like there's beauty in all directions. Okay, I'm not saying that doing it through exploration and just random crosses doesn't yield results. It clearly
Yeah.
does,
No,
right?
I
Like
know. I
all the
know you're
good
not saying
stuff.
that. I'm just trying I just
No, no, I'm
wanted to
just
make sure
saying.
that was said because
I know.
it sounded like I was going in this wild direction of like,
Yeah,
you
yeah, no,
have to
I
do
didn't mean
this.
that. I didn't mean
I
that
didn't
to you.
want to
That was
make,
more for the viewers. Um, but because they all do have a possibility, like just randomly crashing stuff together, that's what's led us to have all these unique variations. It's just that when we find the unique variation, we want to preserve it. That's when it's time to be disciplined, right? And like Miles Davis and whoever is jamming away in like late '60s in a recording, that moment of theirs will never be captured again by them the same way. However, there's generations of people that heard that riff and
Mhm.
worked it out and created it into something new, right? And I
Sure.
think it's one of the amazing things that like the what I would say the more typical cannabis breeder does is they are just mashing things together and growing through collectively millions of plants, right? And it's those millions of plants just by like lottery ticket that they're going to find something with a unique special combination, right? And so
Yeah.
like that kind of exploration for sure it serves a purpose. It's just in order to preserve that thing and share it within the community is what takes an understanding of how to lock in traits, right? And that's where like understanding meiosis and breeding methods towards a goal is just the only way to go, right?
Yeah.
So it's just about having the tools and understanding the tools so that when you find something incredible like that Valencian dominant plant, that you can lock it in, right? Like
Sure.
Also to add just one more, thing to it, which is what we've been talking about the whole time is the experience. So just like, that Miles Davis did it one time, he recorded it. It never really changes, but every single person who listens to that same exact version of it has a different feeling from it. The Mona Lisa was only painted one time. Sure, it's just one Mona Lisa, but every person that walks past that is going to have a different feeling from just even looking at it. So then it just sort of goes back to all of what we're talking about has such a huge valid input to how we move forward as a culture, how the plant moves forward as a medicine, or this incredible sentient being orchestration of cannabis that can be put into multiple different facets, whatever we want to call it or whatever it's happening. All of the tools on the table are absolutely important. All of our experiences are really important because that's how the plant wants to interact with us. And also to the tone that Ryan or whatever you all are talking about, the Macintosh apple, in that same sort of sense, the Macintoshes are never going to change, but the Macintosh that's grown in Iran and the Macintosh that's grown here on my farm, they could be identical in everything, the way that it looks, the color, and even the COA of it, but yet the flavors could be totally dramatically different.
Which would maybe make the COA.
And I just love that is our experience, our orchestration with the experience, the tools that we create, the tools that we came from. It creates this conversation and how everything is going to move forward. And it even creates how people, what type of medicine people are going to want to be able to then push that breeding forward. So, I mean, everybody knows that right now, everybody in Europe wants something fruity. How did we even get there? We got there from doing all of these things. And who knows, maybe fruity is what is helping out Europe with all of the stress and the pressure that everybody is dealing with, that it's all a real black and white world with a lot of toxins. Let's freaking bring some fruit to cannabis, and it comes there, and then it is orchestrating itself to be a part of that. Just adding it all to create a sloppy painting.
Well, look, I think I like Ryan's approach. I like your approach. I think everyone has a very valid point of view here, and that's why the conversation is what it is. It's like you know what I mean? Yeah, it's like I love Ryan's let's quantify it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Let's take the quantitative and quantify it.
And I want that course.
I
will sit down with.
I think that's important because that's all, you know, I really force rules in sort of our construct of our creative, you know, discipline that we have in our lab and the way we grow our cannabis. So I appreciate that. Like, yeah, let's learn about all the things that we think we know, because we, as I always say to our team, like as much as we think we know, we don't know. And the more we understand this, we learn that we just don't understand this.
The more
And
I do it,
that's why we
Colin,
have to document. It's why these existing tools that you're talking about that are already in other mediums, like far outside of cannabis, right? Are applicable to learning and furthering this thing. So I love everybody's point of view. So
it's a learning process for me from like, not knowing absolutely nothing till now, what I made my first seed in 2016 till now knowing I don't know nothing either. And it's just like, um, like how do I choose a male? That was the question. And nowadays it's like, oh, it's like an aroma that I really like and I vibe with. So I'm gonna encapsulate half of the whole seed line towards, say it's a light depth bust, the indoor bust, a whole summer bust to make this whole project and all this energy on something that you like. And when it comes to a mel, it is totally a gamble, especially if you're not getting aromas from the mel, from my experience, and you're just like, I think this papaya, say you're making a papaya mel line and you've got papaya regs, and you're just hoping that this mel is going to bring forth that aroma, but it could be something else completely. And that's where sometimes like I'll like grow a plant and I'll let it go past its regular life cycle, and it'll start like, whether it's a non-resinous smell or it is like, it'll start throwing out like what it smells like. And that usually helps with bringing forth that aroma into the line so that you're kind of not gambling too much on what you're going to be popping in the seed line. So every year that I've made seeds is like, oh, I made the Wilson seed line first. That was kind of like a hashy thing, and I lucked out. That one I still pop seeds and people still have stuff from that line. And that was what, 9 years ago. And then it was just kind of like a development process on what is a Mel? How do I choose a Mel? Oh, of course, grows great. Oh, I popped 30 seeds. That's the best looking one. We're gonna choose that one. But to me, it's a lot of spotlighting an aroma that I like and I want to see make the full circle, or I feel needs more traction because everything came from somewhere. Like some of the things I've spotlighted were like papaya trop hybrid, and that's tangy, or KC mango. It all comes from somewhere, and then you go forward and it's like, oh, what's the next thing I wanted to spotlight? Oh, the Starburst. Oh, there's another KC hybrid, and then you go, oh, the Shishka berry. Oh, that's Breeder Steve stuff. So and it's always like that's kind of my selection process, is spotlighting aromas because it's going to be half of your project, or materializing something new, something someone's not really looking at. Kind of like back to the music analogy, finding that sample that no one's looking at, and you're just like, yo, you guys haven't heard this yet, and then you kind of find that in a Mel and you bring that forward into a reg line. Or if you were to approach a feminized line, you would just grab that clone and just boom, go for the kill. But either way, like, that's how my selection process works. It's a lot of what I vibe with, and that's been a development process, because what I liked 10 years ago isn't what I'm more adamant about nowadays. Which within A to Z, I liked everything before, and I still do, back to the conversation, but I know what I like. I like Z's, I like OGs, I like chems, I like candies, I like sherbs, and I know what I don't like. So I'm not going to choose a Mel that is, terpenoline dominant. I'm not going to choose a Mel that is a hazy, long variety strain. I'm going to go for these types of Mel qualities and breed with that. And that's how my remedial Mel selection process works, and it's helped me develop nice seed lines. And I found that the Mel is super dominant in my two last seed lines. I did a trop line and I did a starburst line, and holy cannoli, I can't get it out of the, like, I'll pop a bunch of seeds and yeah, the mango's there, and oh, look at the perps and the hues from the trop, and it's got those cushy acrid citrus qualities, undertones, which is both really things that I was aiming for when I did those seed lines, as opposed to everything prior to, which had its purpose. Like, even when I did the open pollination with different males from different seed stock, and everybody's like, this guy's crazy, I still I liked everything that came from it, and then when I did the freak show line, I did the freak show line because I wanted to see pine night fern expressions in every aroma that exists, right? So like a banana fern, a skittle fern, a gelato fern, and I found that that wasn't as easy as thought about, right? Because I'll pop 100 seeds and only one of them would have that forward trait with that type of aroma, though. So yeah, we were in the green, but still a lot of more work to be done. And it would have to be more hyper focused amongst those aromas and that pineite fern, I feel, to make a more consistent line. But that's just my experience, just like making them and working them and doing it, with my two hands, for sure.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's as I was saying, I feel like everybody has a different approach. I look for resin, and then I decide whether or not, if the flavor profile fits what I'm looking for. But it's all about that for me. And then plant morphology comes into play. But and then it's just growing it out after you've done it to enough, is really most of the time the key. Because as you said, Ryan, like, you can do all the selection you want, but until you see the offspring perform, you really, I don't, unless you really understand the genetic markers and the protein and all the things that from a geneticist point of view, you gotta search, and I think that's been my experience with it. But you're
I
muted,
don't
Ryan.
really talk about genetic markers because it's a technology that is so far out of most people's hands that it's kind
Yeah,
of like it's almost not worth discussing, right? Because it's like
but it should be said though, because
it
there are
should be,
those
and
out
it's
there that
it's
can
an
do this
important thing
work.
to understand because it's like
Yeah,
that's a way of directly reading the genomes. You don't have to grow the plants out to see the expression of those traits, right? That's the
right.
beauty of that technology. But like, Masonic, for example, like I'll put up this presentation I'm gonna do, and like you're a good example of what I'm talking about with the breeding, understanding the breeding methods, because like those things that you're chasing, like the pinnet, fern phenotype with a given scent profile, there's very specific ways that you need to go about that. It's not a one generation breeding. It's like a 3 generation breeding program. And you have to like, it's like if you're going from like Chicago to whatever, Los Angeles, it's like you have to go west and then turn south, and like there's specific things that you have to do at specific times, right? And so it's like understanding the journey before you even set out is really the thing that allows you to get to the goal, right? It's like you can't just go out and start making crosses and like hope that you're going to get there. It's like you have to do specific things at specific times to end up with a plant, because you're shuffling that pinnet fern phenotype is a recessive trait, okay? And a lot of terpene profiles are recessive to terpinolene. Like terpinolene is an incredibly dominant trait. You cross anything to terpinolene, like if you cross OG to terpinolene, the offspring are coming out terpinolene. So we lose traits like we lose that fern trait in the F1 generation, right? And so there's a generation of breeding where essentially you're making crosses blind, or alternatively, the only way to do it is through test crosses. And like Colin was just saying, is like growing the offspring to infer which parent was correct, right? And that means like sometimes doing like multiple parents together to like figure out which of your F1s actually have the traits that you're looking for.
Yeah.
But if you learn these like breeding techs and like the understanding of why, like how chromosomes segregate and why things like Punnett squares work, and we know these like breeders ratio, like the Mendelian ratios, like the 1 to 2 to 1 or the 3 to 1 or the 9 to 3 to 3 to 1, like those concepts explain the biological processes that are undergoing all of our breeding, right? And that helps you come up with a plan on how to get to the goal that you like, your predefined goal, like you're saying, like a given scent profile that is recessive with a recessive leaf condition, right? That's the 1 in 16 plant, right? Like, so you really need to grow like a lot of plants and be looking for that specific thing in order to get to the goal that you're going for. Otherwise you're just kind of mashing things together and hoping that it works, right? So yeah. And again, I don't mean that as a criticism. I'm just like, it's knowing these tools.
No, that's literally what's happening. That's what I said. It's not. It's. I said you have to pop a lot of them to even find a sliver of that pinnite fern amongst the first population, and then you would have to hyper focus even more so. With to get more ferns. And that would probably help if you did an open population with different males. I only used one male because that year I was just doing my summer bust, and I had males to choose from, and there was one male that really vibed with me, and it was that freak show, and it was kind of like on a oh, let's use you. You're really vibing with me. I have my Wilson male that I've been growing and I still keep around since like 2018, but I started to change it up around then, and that was a little bit after my open pollination. But my direct goal wasn't like, oh, the whole line is going to be a fern line. No, my goal was I'm going to make the stepping stone, or just even a population where you could, you know, even explore that, and which we have. We got lemon tree fern expressions, we got honeybee with fern expressions, we got a couple of things that aren't normally in freak show lines that I've gotten myself. Either it's from like a Canna Research Co. with the blueberry freak show, the Humboldt Seed Co. freak show, or other hobbyists that like to grow those mutant type strains where I've grown them out, and the reoccurring theme in those strains is like terpinolene or like a floral berry type of thing. But I've managed to make like the F1 with the male that I used wasn't a piney male either. He was like this snow, like snow is not an aroma, but he's like a like he's like a skunky, cushy, like evergreen male aroma that he brings forward to all the lines. And we've done Dolce de Uva, Wilson. I have a library with like 300 females, and we'll just hit everything and just put it all on the network. I'll grow a bunch myself, And yeah, that's what I was saying. It is not everything isn't fern. It's very here and there. And people would need to hyper focus. And that was my goal, was just to even entertain that exploration, to have myself as seed stock. And even the stuff that isn't full fern expression still has like this crazy leaf pattern where it's either more hyper serrated, or you could just tell that it's not your regular cannabis leaf, and it's a very neat seed line. And the only way to do it was, for me, I wasn't gonna wait for someone else. No one that I know is doing freak show lines with a library that I kind of mustered up, and so I was like, I have to do it myself, and that was it. Like that's what I. And you're right, it's not like all freak show pineite fern expressions, but there are slivers of it in almost every single offering, and it's a rare one. Like every 100 seed, you'll find that crazy looking plant with an aroma that isn't your common, to me, freak show aroma that it gives off, which is that piney floral berry aroma. Besides the berry freak, which is the other original female that was chosen amongst that seed stock, that one had a little bit more pop, more like a jelly yogurt blueberry type of thing going on with it, which I didn't breed with that. I bred with the male from the Humboldt seed line, where they used probably Shapeshifter's original offering.
You should sell some of those plants in your F1. You'll be surprised what comes out the other side. Like, that's what I was saying. It's a multi-generational breeding program, to capture double recessives. Like, you have to go down at least to an F2. And so a self of an F1 is what we call a segregating generation. So it's kind of like making an F2 crossing two F1s together to get an F2 generation. Except when you self an F1, you're only dealing with one chromosome pair or one chromosome from each of the parents. And so you're able to like really analyze those the patterns of inheritance a lot more easily than if you're crossing two F1 siblings. But yeah, like keep going down that line. Try to sell some of those plants. You'll find some really interesting things, and that's really interesting that the thing that you're talking about, saying that the F1 has like increased serration or still some like leaf abnormality. That's what we call a dose dependent gene effect, right? And so you get it also like if you're crossing an auto to a regular photoperiod plant, the next generation, the F1 is like what they call a quick or a fast flowering plant.
100%.
Takes about 2 weeks off of the flowering cycle, not the flowering cycle, but the harvest date of a regular photoperiod plant, and that's also a gene dose dependent effect. It's like just having one copy of the gene makes the plant faster, but when you have two copies of the gene, that's when you get the full expression of the auto or that pinnet leaf, that fern-like leaf, right?
Yeah.
So that's an interesting thing.
Daz actually gave me some seeds of his Creme de la Creme or something like that, autos, and I crossed them into the Wilson, 6-7 years ago, and I gave him the F1s, and he worked it, into an F3 full auto, population. And yeah, I've always played with autos here and there, and just did regular auto crosses, and yeah, like I've heard the quicks term thrown around for sure, and I've grown them myself, and here and there, I've popped as many fingers as I have worth of auto packs. I'm not the biggest auto fan, but and I've done seeds with them. I grew some of Sirius Seeds autos, some of Daz's autos, and he works one of the F1s into a true auto, and it's the Creme de la Compton or something like that. But yeah, the auto quick thing is interesting too, for sure.
Well, that's how you do it. When you take an F1 and you go down to the F2 generation, like a lot of people, they stop at the first cross, right? Like one cross is not a breeding program; it's a hybrid, and usually that's like the last step in a breeding program. But when you cross two plants together, go down, like screen some F1s of your cross, find like the best plants that you have and self them, and like if people would do that, they would be blown away by what comes out in the next generation, right? Because the F2 is where you get that, like, one of Mendel's laws was independent assortment of traits, and it just means that, like, we can shuffle combinations of traits between seed lines back and forth, and in the first generation, you don't get that shuffling, right? You have to go down to the second year to see that stuff.
I did a line, Ryan, that was a purple bubblegum Kush that, and I did this in like 2016 or something, and I took it from an auto and brought it back into a reg line, and I took it to F3, and it's a 6 weeks. You know, I mean, I'd like to see more of that go on, and and people explore these ideologies as you're kind of alluding to, and try to further, lines, in the right ways, and go after a target, because it could benefit things that are longer running that we just can't see in commercial settings anymore. People always ask me, like, why can't you grow sour diesel? I'm like, because the rooms don't run at 12 weeks. They just don't. I mean, we could probably outcross it and find something like in the vernacular of the, flavor profile, but it's not going to be, can't be 12 weeks, So how do we make meaningful choices that could be utilized in those ways,
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, Kevin was saying it earlier about about the cutting down the long flowering. It's like that's the type of stuff that you do with molecular genetics, right? Like you follow those traits very specifically. When you're looking at it's just like Lego, right? Like you're taking one piece of Lego out of one set and changing it, like a red, set, and changing it with one piece from a blue set, right? On one piece of the chromosome. Like it's literally that simple. It's just, it takes finding the right copies, the right combinations of recombinants, of chromosome recombinants, so that you only do have that one change in the genome. The reason, like, those plants change is because it's not, when you cross something else into a haze, in the hybrid, half of the genome is now from that other plant. Right. So it's
100%. So how would you approach, so like I love the idea of S1s, man, because I agree with you. I found like incredible, like CSI, I've like big shout out to him. I've ran a ton of his S1s, and they're like insanely, like it'll make you like question like the chem lines. It'll make you question the original cuts. You're like, yo,
Oh,
some of
dude,
this stuff
like,
is
listen, we
super
did.
good.
I had all those plants in California. I collected all those things, and so I selfed everything. And like, you find plants, like everybody holds these things like cookies and Chem D and whatever. They hold them all up as these grail plants. They're not. They're just not. Like if you self them or make combination hybrids between themselves, you end up with way better plants. So like if you grow 100 or even like more plants, you'll find way better stuff, right?
I have a
And so let me just finish that one thought. Like Caleb from Inspecta, right, from CSI. I think I've said this before, he's doing like an incredible service to the community by taking those things and putting them into S1 seed form, because it allows people to then we're not just FOMOing for having the Chem D cut and settling for something that's like, yeah, it's really good, but it's like by growing through those S1s, you can find something that's better in some regards, right? And so as long as everybody's doing that, we actually move forward, like, through evolution, right? So I'm sorry, Brandon.
I last year I did a Chem Dog Black Lime Reserve cross, and it's absolutely magnificent. And you could see that it has way more vigor than the Chem Dog parent. It's just, and it's got similar profiles of things like Sour D and the sours, but it brings in this like trop lime. Also, it's really nice. I'm super stoked. Actually, that's what I've been smoking.
It's Mean Gene, I think.
You know what, dude? I've been puffing on the Black Rime Reserve too. I donated some funds last year towards a community member's father's funeral, and in return, Jackson gave me like a whole bunch of the original F1 of the Black Rime Reserve.
Same.
Yeah,
Yeah, back
I
in,
had
I think
asked him
And
years
we
ago,
just
like
we just
about it.
harvested them like a week ago.
Black Rum
And
Reserve's great.
we ran like 45 of them, and there's some really like there's a
Yeah.
few spectacular plants in there.
The most spectacular, because I ran 65 of them in a hunt, and the best plant was this number 28, which was a male. And I've used it for years for breeding, and so I know what characteristics it brings in because I've seen it in all of these different, like probably 10 different lines that I've used in it, and I've grown all of those out. So I know exactly what it brings in to the line, and it's a really great this new cross that I did. It's so good. I'm so stoked on it.
Yeah, that's super rad. And then one last question for everybody. I've been I've been growing a lot over different markets across the United States and a little bit up in Canada. And as of late, a lot of people in the Northeast are experiencing plants that have high calic to leaf ratio are becoming super mold prone.
Hmm.
And as a breeder, has anyone thought about the equilibrium between all of that? Because there is necrotic tissue, right? And I've been thinking about this a lot. That, to your point, Ryan, like that's a project. Like there we go. There's our first project, right? Let's go
I,
after an equilibrium. Has any of you thought about this stuff? Like, because it comes up all the time in commercial settings.
I did a project recently with medicinal genomics, and then we did a follow-up project with a lab out in Stillwater, Oklahoma, that we work with OSU with a professor. And we were looking at, I thought it was originally leaf spot septoria, but I noticed it started to hop from different types of plants, from grass to different weeds to the oak trees. And so what I did is we identified what the pathogen was as alternaria. And there were several species of alternaria. However, there was one that was specifically pathogenic. And then we also did an ionomics project. So we're looking at the total we're looking at the total amount of different ions in the plants. And what we were able to see is that the pathogen rate of this particular pathogen actually increased with some increases in different nutrients and different ions, and especially with like heavy metals.
Got it. Well, it's such a big conversation. We're coming at 4 o'clock here on the Eastern Standard, on the Eastern Coast, Eastern Seaboard here, and 12 p.m. on the Pacific Standard Coast. This has been an incredible conversation. I mean, we can keep going, but I think we've been here for 4 hours. So if you guys want to keep going, we can. I just got to let Marcus's better half know. But if we want to roll out, we should let Mark do another tribute. But let me know, guys. We can keep going for another few minutes.
I'm
but
ready to roll out. It was nice
All right.
hanging with you guys. Ryan, man, nice. You're a very knowledgeable person. Thank you for putting me on game on a lot of stuff, and let's get into some mark action. Russ, nice talking to you. Nice seeing you. Bubble
Yep,
man.
nice talking to you, man.
You're a genius.
Yeah,
Thank you,
next
guys.
thing y'all, and Masonic again. I just want to give you the tools to do it, to optimize what you're doing. Right, you're already doing it.
Thank you.
It's just about helping guide you towards making some choices that give you the tools to get the most out of your time.
100%.
Yeah.
So,
Well, big love to everybody. Thank you all for coming on. Everybody, like, I mean it. It's an honor, and I love you all a lot. You guys are deeper than friends to me. This is a family. Thank you. And we'll continue the conversation next week. Marcus, have an amazing time in Colorado, man. And as Marcus says, may the full melt bless your bowl. Marcus, thank you
Can you hear
again.
me?
Mark, yeah, you can do a little, like, just strum your guitar and do a little
Okay,
do
let's
like
see. No
Not
clipping?
so close to the mic, Mark. Not so
Yeah.
close to the mic.
yes,
our
your
your
mic is
stage
clipping a
manager
bit.
here.
All right, so wait, let me turn down my power here. Hold on.
No, that was fine where you were.
No, but
It's
once
just when you
he starts
sing,
really
you're
singing.
projecting and your diaphragm pushes into the mic. So just give a little. There you go. Or turn
My
it to
diaphragm.
right.
All right. Let's do one more Bob Weir song. For
There
Bob.
we go.
You can hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. I think it sounds. Now give us a little volume on your voice.
Well, tell me after. We'll just do. I'd rather be here in some dark hollow. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
Okay. No clipping.
No clipping.
All right. No clipping. Well, this one's for Bob. Okay, we'll do that. Be here in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine. Than to be here in a big city in a small room with your love on my mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, carry far on down this track. Well, I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but I ain't coming back. I'd rather be here in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine than to be at home alone, knowing that you're gone would cause me to lose my happy mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, carry me far on down this track. Well, I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but I ain't coming back. And blow your whistle, freight train, carry me far on down this track. Well, I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but I ain't coming back. I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but I ain't coming back. All right.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful day. Take care, man.